Good morning, dear participants. Good morning, dear online participants. We do hope that you had a really great evening, the type of evening we had yesterday. And I think that I'm sure that you followed us on the video broadcasting of the evening event because it was really fabulous. So now it's the second day of our conference, and we want to start it from the presentation of Alexander Filuta, who is the owner of the company that does a lot of interesting things. He'll definitely tell us more about his company. He has a very interesting background. He was born in St. Petersburg and then moved to Berlin and lives there for 25 years. And he has a lot of additional interesting things he does in life. He runs Olympic distance triathlons. He wants to climb the Everest. And I am sure that we'll all benefit from his professional experience he is ready to share with us today. Hi, Alexander.
Hello.
My name
Hello,
is Tatiana.
Tatiana. Hi. Nice to see you, Tatiana. Nice to meet you. Uh, so I will start then, yes? Hello, everybody. Again, my name is Alexander Fiduta. As you already know, I'm running this company of Vocal Point, which is based in Berlin, in Germany, where I'm residing over 20 years. We are providing a full range of classical LSP services, and currently we are focusing on remote interpreting solutions due to the current pandemic situation. It is very actual and very popular, and there is a high demand for solutions of such a kind. As well, we developing visualizations solutions, which is basically how you can, as an example, how you can augment text to speech presentation in a way that people with uh, disabilities, people with impaired hearing or sight, could be able to watch and to hear the content which is presented on stage. I personally also work as a fundraising consultant in the public sector area in Germany, in Berlin, for companies and event organizers. And in this case, the main focus also lies on providing multilingual solutions. The actual focus of this presentation is how to develop approaches for generating translatable content, to create translatable content in capacity as a translation company. So not only to be just language service provider, but how to be a language service buyer in a way, yeah, to change the perspective, to change the side, so to speak. And my approach is to, I name it, to step across the border and to find your niche. So, yes, it is a cross-sector approach to find a niche in the language service industry. Who could be a target audience for these presentations? So, first of all, it is primarily aimed at people who want to find new business potentials in their companies and to discover new business areas, new business fields. Yes, first of all, probably these are company founders, business development directors, also sales and marketing departments like customer acquisition teams, and any kind of business ideas innovators in this world. So how to step across the border? What do I mean by that? I think currently the language industry is evolving in a way that allows for uh, an absolutely new levels of complexity. For example, overlapping or crossing different business fields became possible to create complementary solutions for combined services became possible. What could be combined services? Take the translation and take the visualization, take text, speech to text solutions. Uh, uh, so to get this perspective of a language service provider, you could look at a technical level, for example, logistical level of accessibility, which I mentioned already before, and visualization level. And as I also mentioned before, the starting point could be to look to try to have a look beyond your actual field of activity, translation, interpreting, and so on. So, for example, yes. So basically, any kind of industry or activity where language as a medium is important could be the field where, okay, I'll start it other way around maybe. Sorry. So I'll start it with my own example, actually. That's the best. So what happened to me, so how I came to this idea at all, I was for a long time involved in organizing events of any kind, mostly in the cultural, in the literary area, and where at a certain point a demand for multilingual solutions emerged, like we needed to translate people from other countries. So basically same thing which happens to UTIC every time. And at a certain point, I understood that there is a certain demand on the city level, on the state city level, sorry, Berlin in Germany, for services of such kind. I applied for funding. I received that funding, and I was able to invite non-German speaking participants for events and to acquire as well and to afford translation for that purposes. So what happened basically, after that, I realized as a language service provider, I have the best access to this area of event organizing where language is the main medium, so to speak, where I could provide simultaneous interpreting solutions or written translations, be it literary text, be it text on the stage. And what I realized by that time was that, okay, so you have a chance, so other way around, the situation could become that you are basically running two businesses, which is not the aim of this approach. So it is not the aim to be a organizer of events, full-scale organizers, and a language service provider at the same time. Instead of that, when you focus on your core activity as language services and at the same time try to find a so-named door opener or kind of a turning point in this other kind of activity by outsourcing activities which are not important, not crucial for your core activity. Like if you have to organize events, you can outsource bookkeeping, on-site personnel, technical equipment, logistics and management, everything like that can be outsourced. And the main point, the main focus should become to generate a translatable content. And as well, in my current situation, to provide the services for accessibility. Uh, um, so one model could be following. Try to find an area in which you can generate expertise in order to generate content and materials. Then try to approach entities like charities, foundations, any kind of event organizers, and offer them multilingual support and accessibility solutions, especially for people with visual or hearing impairment. Look for financing or public funding for your type of activity and use this approach as a translation company, and then create content that is applicable for translation services, and try to add sign language as well and accessibility services for the audience. It also can improve your brand recognition and also improve the quality of your services. So, and you can, in these terms, not only always cross the line, so to speak, and acquire additional competences in different industry or business, but also deepen and sharpen your own profile. So the possibility could also be that you don't acquire an additional business or don't run two businesses, so to speak, but just compile an offer for businesses of such kind, which you provide only as a language service provider. And what is also very important is to create your ideal customer profile on the basis of what you know and do well. So, and I mentioned it already before, it is a concept of a door opener, how we understand that. So the main niche of Vocal Point of our company is currently providing language services that deal with cultural content in combination with improved accessibility ones, especially in the event industry and on the local market. That's what we do. The local market is Berlin, Germany. Our company now tries to reshape its niche model to be able to expand its services beyond cultural scene and the local market, while still concentrating its core activities around the event industry as a door opener. So what does that mean? Any kind of events are happening all over the world, every week, basically. Yeah, the pattern of the event organizing patterns are more or less or very often similar. So you need a stage, you need an audience, you need a language, and in many cases, as well as in our case, we need multilingual solution to provide the service. So conferences like UTIC are by its nature are multilingual. Yes, at least German, Ukrainian, Ukrainian, English, and Russian languages as standard. But take a conference for agricultural producers somewhere who can only speak their own language, or like name it, say in Germany, for example. So where you can, of course, nowadays organize an English-speaking support, but it's a real difficulty to organize language support in Ukrainian, in Russian, in Spanish, or any other language where agricultural production is very important. So what we started, we established a model for the cultural industry, and we started to go beyond that industry, started to approach industries like I said, agricultural, logistic industries, any kind of industries where language, as I said, by organizing conferences, plays a crucial role as a medium. So also what could be important is to contact different industries via departments and services areas you know best, and try to find a common denominator. Uh, as well, you can also, so it's also possible to write blog posts and to make a classical marketing work in this sense. To attend events in the area you want to offer solutions for, it's also very important. And to establish a reputation in circles where your services might be important, that's very important too. And another approach might be to buy a company in your field of expertise. So, for example, you can buy a small legal company or buy a share in a small legal company in order to get access to the personal, so to the educated personal. It shouldn't be highly paid lawyers. It might be anybody who understands how legal services are functioning. And so the next step would be to try to build a package which you can offer in an international way, so in a way that you can offer it somewhere where other languages are on demand, are important, and to gain this special knowledge in the legal area based on the knowledge you can get from inside of such a new company. And so what basically can happen in that case, you receive the advantage of the specific human resource expertise in your branch, and you will be able possibly to generate the translatable content from inside this company for international legal business, for example. Yes, I'm done by this point, and so thank you very much. If you have any questions, yes, I'm listening.
Thank you very much, Alexander. It was really very interesting for me. It was interesting just because I'm considering moving in the very quiet direction of development of the company. And we are doing a lot, so we are also adding this accessibility services, which is not very easy here. And that's why I have there are no enough awareness of the necessity. So though it's required by legislation, but like nobody cares. And there are actually no enough people who are probably trained. So we had to organize a school or for example, for audio description. And it's, though now we have resources, it's really very difficult to find the proper application of these resources. But anyway, we are moving in this direction, and I really heard a lot of useful things from your presentation that we can also consider probably for ourselves. And if you don't mind, I'll contact you later to learn more.
Of course, with pleasure.
Thank you, Alexander. We have a question that you are so closely connected to organization of events, and how did you make some adjustments probably due to current situation, and do you see probably further development of this situation as a risk or a challenge or opportunity? So how do you think your business will develop in this direction of event organization, considering all these limitations of current time?
Yes, thank you, Tatiana. I definitely consider this time as a game changer time, which brings huge opportunities for any kind of translation company, let's say, who is a little bit, so who has technical knowledge, who wants to acquire technical knowledge, because I can tell you what happens now on our market here. So everybody went online, yes, including event organizations. And by the way, UTIC is a perfect example of the right of developing so your base knowledge and your competencies in absolutely right directions. It's perfect organization. I'm very impressed, I have to say. So anyway, what we are trying to establish now in Berlin is we are using, so we're assuming that the situation on site will get easier, so an audience will be able physically to participate events again, but all the sideline services, all the services like translation, interpreting, visual representation, accessibility services could be organized mostly in a digital manner, meaning we try to provide solutions for interpreting services basically generally on a digital basis. So no more booths, no more interpreters on site, only the management team, only the equipment, you name it. There are a lot of commercial providers of services for remote interpreting in the world nowadays. And referring to accessibility, we are also providing equipment for people with impaired hearing, like so named induction loops, and thinking of visualizing content in a general way by means of beaming the content on screens, on monitors, or on a big screen behind the audience. So it sounds actually kind of trivial, possibly, because you say, well, what's the sense? Everybody's doing that. But from the point of view of language service provider, it's absolutely not clear that many people out there have absolutely no clue about all that solutions. And that's why I'm saying it's very huge, very good time for new opportunities. It's a game changer time.
Thank you very much, Alexander. And we have another question. Whether, so this content creation and all other services that you provide actually require well-trained people, specially trained people. Is it an easy task for you to find the resources, to find people for this process?
It is very interesting. So the core activity is again evolving around language services, because we are language service providers by nature, so by our main quality or activity. And as soon as you are able to establish a reliable model for providing, so for securing this language service provision, actually any technically educated person, so on a very basic level, who can run basic event organization equipment, could be involved. So certain onboarding is definitely also desirable, short onboarding phase. But I think that as well as you are able to shape that model for core activity for language services, everything else is the matter of tech, and of the general kind of personnel. So, like putting the cables together. So technicians on site is also a very important function, but you can have several helpers who could organize your things where you don't need very special knowledge.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions in the audience or online? Irina, no questions online? Yeah, there are no questions anymore. Yeah. We have one.
Alexander, thank you so much for your interesting presentation. I have probably a difficult question. The question is regarding your suggestion to uh, get some shares of, let's say, a legal company and to learn about this company or about the legal stuff from the inside. Do you then suggest to offer our services to this company or to just get some knowledge and continue with offering our services to other legal companies? How does it work? Thank you.
Of course, definitely the second one, because the first one would be a classical approach of providing services as a language service provider to any kind of industry. Of course, the advantage or the peculiarity would be to gain this special knowledge on a level on a level which you can afford. So the idea is not to get a full-scale lawyer or attorney or whoever. It's just to understand how. Uh, so, to what extent your company, translation company, can be able to acquire additional knowledge in a different industry, so in this case, legal matters, in order to provide services based on this special knowledge to any company, a legal company, or to be able to create and or to be able um, to make this legal company part of your company for providing services in a written translation area. So I don't know if it was clear enough. So there is a third component as well. It is also very important that you get this door opener to the people in this area. So you can go to fairs, to conferences, and provide your services dealing with languages, with translation for totally different type of audience who are not aware of the translation as a very important part of the activities.
Thank you, Alexander. So thank you very much again for your very interesting presentation, for showing us the opportunities. It's really very important now. So I think that everyone in the audience could benefit from sharing your knowledge. And thank you, and we hope to see you next year, probably here, because it's really so great here. You can see, I think, on the background, and I'm sure you saw
definitely.
during the broadcasting. It will be an unforgettable experience. So we are waiting for you here. See you. Have a great day today, and we are moving to our next presentation. Thank you, Alexander.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Thank you, Yutik.
Нету, да? А есть он, да? С дикцией совсем плохо, поэтому... Да. Потому что всегда его только Иштваном называют. А у нас тут мы уже работаем вообще с зари. Стас, вот такой вот Филиппа. Просто соскучился по нам. Щепки летят. Вацлав, а вот этого Марика тоже, это тоже наш человек? Или это вы представляете с Олей? Не, ну он как-то так непонятен. Он куда его вообще? Ревижн. А, он технологии. Мгм. Да, я его где-то там видела на каких-то конференциях. Если я думаю про то. Мгм. Хорошо. Мгм. Курица. Это вообще такая заполошная. I'm really happy to announce our next speaker. It's István Lengyel, and we all know István, and those who don't know him, you need to see it, the person who was among those who invented MemoQ, the tool that actually changed the technology landscape in the industry. And now István is the founder of the company with the name that I absolutely adore. It's called Be Lazy, and it deals with like facilitation of technology process as I see it, but probably István will tell us more. And today István will tell us about whether translation automation is myth or reality. And he is definitely the person who knows everything about automation, about technologies. So let's welcome István. Oh, hi, István.
Thank you very much.
Just looking at the camera. It's really great to see you here. It would be nice to see. I'm sure that you'll adore this conference. That's a conference for you. And probably next year you'll be here. So I won't take your time anymore.
Well, if it gets easier, I would definitely get there. Right now, it's like here things are not exactly great. So like nightlife is shutting down for good reasons. So thank you very much, Tatiana, and I'm very glad to be here at an early hour, which is one of my weaknesses. And so what I would like to do today is, I suppose you can see my screen, right?
Yes, we can see everything. You and your screen.
Brilliant, brilliant. So the topic that I chose today is translation automation. And this is something which is a bit like a vision. This is something that people are wondering whether it's reality. And one of the reasons why I chose this topic is that I have heard some different opinions on this, and I wanted to understand whether this can be made a reality or is it just a dream. And for example, one person that was telling to me that translation automation would not be a reality was Don Shin from One Stop Translations. Not sure if everybody knows him. He's quite a visionary person. And what he was saying is that when the mobile phones are assembled in China, they are still assembled manually. And the reason is that it's not worth automating it because there are like relatively smaller amounts of production happening there. And it is just much better to throw people at the job. And this made me think a lot. And I just wanted to understand how people are responding to this, whether they think that automating the work of project management is a possibility or not. And I don't know if I can ask you, Tatiana, to check with the audience, like right there. Does the audience believe that translation can be automated, project management can be automated or not?
No, they're all nodding that yes, they believe that everything could be automated.
No.
We can have some comments if you'd like.
No, I'm curious.
From the audience.
Yeah. I'm curious.
Some tasks may be automated, but some are to be left for humans only. But
what are those?
Everyday routine work, it should be automated. Routine writing the same emails all over again, or reusing the TM or something else, it could be automated. But not new content.
But that's more from the translation side. I was thinking more about the project management.
Project management side. And we'll ask the owner of the company whether he thinks that translation process could be automated. I think it's really very interesting.
Yes, I think it is possible in 5-10 years.
Okay.
5-10 years
Short
it will be done. Yes. So we are looking for other possibilities in business now.
There's no need. I think that human relations, vendor management won't be automated. So those are the parts that are probably more exciting. Okay. So let's then maybe move on. And it was actually just yesterday that I was talking to my friend Lone Beheshti, who works at an LSP called Comunica Deca. And she was telling me, she worked as a project manager, and she was telling me like how much she enjoyed dealing with one of the most quirky translators in the company, who was like sometimes coming through as a bit rude, all the time like very prepared, very opinionated, and that was the thing that made her job satisfaction. And I found that this was also like a key thing to understand, because most likely people like to deal with translators. So the question is whether question is not only whether translation automation is myth or reality, but it's also whether people are interested in automating the project management work, or that is like human work. So I will be very much looking forward to your feedback. If you've got comments to this, then don't hesitate to let me know. So the first thing that I'd like today is to take you to the journey that I've been through with my company Be Lazy, and also the learning that went into this, which is by now almost like a year and a half of learning, and to understand like what were the key findings on this journey. I would also like to demystify APIs, because what I found, and maybe this is completely fine with you and it's easy for you, what I found is that in a lot of cases, company owners, project managers look at APIs as if they were like very, very complicated things. So I have taken 3 videos that are showing work with APIs that are not long than 3 or 4 minutes. And it's like how to set up working with APIs. Then we're going to look at a business case for translation automation. And there is one more thing that I promised, which could be also a discussion, the profile of an automation-focused project manager, which is probably different than a profile of a project manager who wants to get things done. So in this presentation, I'm going to use a couple of words. That LSP, language service provider, I don't think that it needs a lot of explanation. This is the translation company, basically. And MLV is a multilingual vendor. And in the way I'm going to use that, multilingual vendor is the one that works for the end customer in multiple languages. So it doesn't really matter if the translation goes into 3 languages or 33 languages. What matters is that this is the one that is working with the customer's people, the customer's systems. The SLV, single language vendor, again, can be a regional language vendor. So it's perfectly fine to provide a couple of languages rather than one. But what is specific here is that the SLV is providing a subset of all the languages that is needed and works for the MLV rather than the end customer. And finally, the automator that I'm going to talk about is always the company that wants to automate. So it can be the MLV, it can be the SLV, or it can even be the freelance translator or reviewer. So we're talking here about translation, so I'm not gonna talk about interpreting at this point. And what else do we have to know? APIs. So APIs, when we talk about it, these are application programming interfaces. That's the short. That's the that's where API is coming from. And these are like programmatic ways to communicate with other programs. APIs are not new. APIs have been around since since object-oriented programming, more or less, allowing even the operating system to work. But not all the APIs that that exist are exposed to the public. So there are 2 types of APIs. One is when you go to somebody's website and you check for the documentation and they say that these are the APIs we have. But in reality, there's more to that. There are also internal APIs. For example, when you go to a website and the website is like an application, most likely that website's front end communicates with the back end of the software through internal APIs. These are not publicly documented. These are not following any kind of documentation that is available for you. But if you use a web browser like Google Chrome in developer mode, you can actually see what the website does. And very often you are able to catch this or change this and do the same work as you would do in a web page. And the last bit is web scraping. And you see that I'm pretty focused on the web. Because the thing is that the web made it possible to automate some of the work that was previously not automatable. There are some web-based testing tools, and maybe some of you have heard about Selenium that has been around for a long, long time. And these are like automating the test by simply reproducing what a human would be doing. And sometimes web scraping is that if you're not able to communicate, if you're not having like a pretty up-to-date website, and you're not able to communicate with the website through internal APIs, the only thing that remains is that you check what's in the HTML page that you finally received and conclude from there. So These are the things, and I'm talking about vendor portals, I'm talking about translation management systems. These are the things that can be used. And here maybe the first takeaway is that we don't have very good APIs at this industry. And why is that? Because when you want to automate in a MLV, SLV, freelancer setup, most of the APIs in the industry, with the exception of very few, are actually built with the owner in mind. So while the enterprises have had all the possibility to automate everything, the others did not. Why is this? It's as simple as authentication. Who can use the API? So if I am an enterprise and I am buying a certain translation management system, I can check what rights do the APIs give. And yes, if I want to integrate my content management system, my website system, and so on and so forth within the company, of course I want to give the programmers administrative rights. And many of the APIs in the industry only allow administrative rights. And that's a problem, because obviously then the other people, vendors, who are like many, they are not able to connect. And what does this pyramid show you? Well, why does an enterprise buy any kind of a translation management system? Because they try to solve a business problem. They usually have a lot of translation coming from different parts. They want to get people to submit these translation jobs in as easy way as possible, to monitor these jobs and to take these jobs to completion. The agencies and many enterprises these days, as I see, the larger, the more sophisticated ones who have like a bigger budget, they work with these companies that are large MLVs that are also called super agencies by Slater. These people, and I'm talking here about Lionbridge, Moravia, SDL, TransPerfect, and similar companies, they consult the enterprises on workflows and implement a solution. The solution may be theirs or maybe somebody else's. And what do? Well, some of them work with freelancers, but many of them work with SLVs, the single language vendors, and I'm sure that we've got quite a few in the audience here. They outsource certain languages to certain companies, or certain product lines of certain languages to certain companies. And the SLVs are the collaterals for scalability. So what I've seen is that it's possible to work with freelancers. It's possible to work with in-house linguists. But when you can't really predict very well on the enterprise level how much content is going to come, then the way to go is go with the local companies, because they have access to good linguistic talent and they are also able to hire more if need be. So, and train them as well. So this is the reason why I see that SLVs are actually not really endangered species, because even though the disintermediation is possible, scaling up for an enterprise is really hard because it's not their core competency. And then finally, we get to a very simple thing, doing the work. As simple as it may sound, it's not always very simple, because what I have seen recently is that the job size has decreased, whereas the job training material has increased. So there's way more references, way more things to read and learn for a linguist, for a translator. At the same time, the amount of work is decreasing for a single customer. And therefore, actually, freelancers can work probably with less customers today. When I'm talking about the big ones, I'm talking about the Apples, the Googles, the whoever orders European Union. They can do with less end customers than before. But there comes the complication pyramid. Like, what do everybody want? I mean, the freelancer just wants to be productive, just wants to deliver good quality job in a quicker way, because obviously if you are paid by the hour, paid by the word, not by the hour, then your concern is how many words can I do in an hour? And while this may not always be a very conscious thing, it can just, it is always like a decision factor. Am I able to pay my bills, make a living, or am I not? The single language vendors get a lot of jobs, and they are very much wanting to track deadlines and quality. I didn't write quality here because it's ultimately the freelancer that they hire that is providing the quality. But it's not always just a lack of knowledge or lack of commitment. It's sometimes what we see is that somewhere in the process, sometimes some instructions get lost, and that is not the translator's fault. And then come these MLVs or super agencies that are in there for compliance with SLA. So for example, sometimes you've got some customers who want to deliver everything in 12 hours through this line. And if, for example, if they miss one language out of 33, this agency would not be paid. So this large company would not be paid. The other thing is reporting, making it very shiny, very nice for the customer to know that we are doing a great job. And what the enterprise is into is simplification of the processes, which often fails because of their internal people, not because of the what I call supply chain, and integrations, which is basically one way of simplifying. But translation automation with integrations is like almost synonymous. So what happens next? Well, who has the lowest budget here? Of course, the freelancer. I mean, let's say something like Amazon, they outsource $170 million worth of translations. And what do they have to care about? Their translation management system. And then they outsource it to the agencies who, on the one hand, do have a translation management system, which can be the same as what the enterprise is using. In today's world, there is way more of the online translation management systems than there used to be before, like web-based translation and so on and so forth. But some of it is giving you the job, others are not. So if you have to ever work, let's say in SmartLink, you don't have your own SmartLink, or you don't have your own GlobalLink. If you work in, let's say, XTM or MemSource, those are able to push the job to your servers or across even. When it comes to, for example, MemoQ, if the enterprise is using MemoQ, no, it's like you need, by now you can, but there was a time when you could not. So it's like there are some tools that are allowing you to shift things to your own infrastructure. Others don't allow you this. And what always allows you to shift things to your own infrastructure is the offline work. So if you get the Trados package, you obviously have to work at your on your computer or with actual files, which makes things actually easier, honestly. So other than this, these agencies definitely want to make sure, these MLVs definitely want to make sure that they are able to capture every single job. So this is where the business management system comes in. And when I'm talking about translation management system, I'm talking about what holds the content. And of course, the enterprise TMSs also hold some kind of project management. But because of the different enterprises working in different ways, there is not a single TMS that is holding all the jobs. So an agency like this uses either a commercial solution such as XTRF or Protemos or Project X or Plunet, or they are using their own system that they have developed themselves. Plus, if we are talking about packages, they might use an online tool to process those packages. So for example, Star Transit creates packages, but I've seen companies that push that into another tool that was used online. So when I talk about CAT here, computer assisted translation tools, they are very similar to TMS. The only differentiator here is that these are deployed not by the enterprise, but by somebody else. Now comes the next thing, SLVs. Because of the BMS, because having to work in, I don't know, XTRF, these people get the jobs in a vendor portal. And they also have their own BMS. Lovely. So they have to take the jobs in the vendor portal, accept them, create them in their own BMS, monitor it, and in the end deliver in the vendor portal, which is just another interface of the customer, so the super agency's business management system. Then they work with the TMS, if it's an online TMS. So if they did not get Word Server packages in the beginning, but rather work in SmartLink, they have to work online. Plus, if they are able to have packages, then they might also use a CAT. So maybe instead of sending the Trados package to the translator, they want them to work in, I don't know, in MemoQ or MemSource online. And then the poor translator, in the end, comes in, has to use the SLV's vendor portal, has to use the TMS, has to use the CAT, and might or might not actually have a place where they are storing information about the project. So I've seen translators taking care of registering every single job, and I've seen translators not doing that when they were working for 5, 6, 7 LSPs. Then some of the translators simply don't do that. So there are a couple of critical moments, though, in a translation management system project that are worth looking at or automating. The first thing is a job creation. A job creation is always important because this is when a job becomes available. The second thing is the quoting. And when I talk about quoting, and this was a big finding for me, is that in an LSP setup, quoting is not about money. Because if you have an agreement that you get whatever number of cents for a word and for a fuzzy match, for a 100% match, whatever discounts you give, there is no talk about money. But even with MLVs, there is oftentimes talk about time. Can you do it by this afternoon? You may or may not. But I have heard about cases like, can you do 10,000 words by tomorrow morning? Which is a bit hard, even though some companies may be able to do that. The next thing is the job acceptance, which is also like a critical moment here. That's in every single workflow, no matter if it's 10,000 words or if it's 10 words, you have to accept the job. I'm taking it. Then comes the package extraction or the file download upload, which is basically, I got a WordFast package. I don't use WordFast. How do I deliver this to the translators or to the SLVs? Vendor assignment, it is who's going to translate. And in an online tool, this is particularly important because it's not only that if you, let's say, use a tool like Protemos or XTRF, but the customer is using an online tool like, I don't know, SmartLink, you need to make sure that the job is not only assigned in your business management system, but it's also assigned in SmartLink, right? And then finally, the job delivery and closing, meeting the requirements there. So these are the moments that are actually in dire need for automation. But what can you automate? And this is something that when we started this conversation, is it possible to automate translation linguistically, project management, or the transaction with the client, the quoting? I mean, of course you can automate the quoting these days. That's why you use a business management system to have the price profiles for everyone and just an analysis from any of the tools that you use course, it's already reality. So these are the different levels, and I'm mostly talking about the project management automation. I mean, when it comes to linguistic automation, there is machine translation. Some of you might be familiar with how much is possible, and that also needs to be in the CAT tools, in the translation management systems, because otherwise, in a real life environment, it's hard to do. But most of the CAT tools, most of the systems do have a reasonably good modular approach to machine translation. But the project management and transaction automation is different. Instead of speaking an awful lot about what we have identified, I gave you a link here, which is the result of, I would say, a year's work. What are the typical scenarios, transaction scenarios for giving, taking, and managing jobs? And how are they technologically different? I mean, this company, BeLazy, what we're trying to achieve is efficient, continuous localization. So when you got 10 or 100 words to translate, those should not always come with very different specifications. There should be no place for variations, whether it's the first project, the second, or the 150th. And if there is a process which is always adhered to, then things are going to work in automation. But the problem is that not everything is the same. So if you get a project package, let's say a Trados package from your customers, then the automation is relatively easy, right? So you just put it into your business management system. The business management system assigns the translator, gives the translator the files, and so on and so forth. But how many times have you had a problem that, yeah, you got it, but it was very well prepared? Or you got a project package for 5 languages that you needed to give to a translator for 1 language, another, and third, and fourth, and fifth. So there may be actually a preparation step, which is scenario number 2. And if you only get the original files, then it's actually not very good, because with the original files, you always need to somehow prepare it. And you need to make sure that you get consistent files if you want to achieve automation. So typical thing is multilingual Excel. If all the columns are the same every single time you get the job, and you don't have to check it, perfect, automated. If the customer is changing, where is the Russian and where is the Ukrainian and where is the, I don't know, Latvian, that's a problem. Then it's much harder to automate it. It's not impossible, but it's much harder. The third one is the project creation in the online CAT tool, which is basically that after having packages, instead of sending the packages to the translator, what you want is to create a project in your MSource, MemoQ, XTM, SmartCAT, you name it. Then scenario number 4 is the translation management system round trip with packages. Typical thing is Word Server. Word Server, somebody has to go in, somebody has to download the packages, or global site, or SDL TMS. This was more the old school, whereas scenario 5, with the online work, here you can think about SmartLink, Global Link, you can think about other like SDL Language Cloud, other tools that are now pretty new, but you can also think about MemSource or XTM or MemoQ, which are probably more well known for the translation community, which is where there is an element of vendor assignment within the translation management system, and this is what makes it different. And the last bit is the most messy. We talked about these super agencies and that they are creating solutions for the enterprises. Problem is that they are one more layer. So they sometimes create a solution that could be perfectly automatable, but for some reason a project manager comes in and creates it in a way that it's not so automatable. So when they have to send you some information via email, No. If it's not coming from a system, then there is a problem, and that problem is introduced by that super agency. So why are there so many tools out there? I mean, this is something that I was wondering, and I just learned that enterprises have different structures, different needs. And for example, one thing that really baffled me is how few tools are actually able to handle, how few TMSs are able to handle a good workflow with DTP, which is not a rarity. You get an InDesign, you need DTP. And like there is always an aspect. So the reason why there are so many translation management systems is that there are certain aspects that can be easily done in one system, but not the other. And the other thing is that the enterprise needs simplicity. So it's not enough to be able to do something, but it needs to be done easily, because in many of the multinational companies, you have 1,000, 2,000 people placing orders. And then you don't want to teach them. It doesn't matter how many project managers there are. It doesn't matter how many LSPs they are working with. It's not the most important thing. Is that if there are like thousands of people placing orders, you want a simple order form that. So what we are kind of doing with BeLazy is taking the different job sources and putting them into business management systems, because the part of the automation that is there for business management systems into CAD tools, that's kind of existing. So if you've got PlueNet or XTRF or Protemos, they are integrated with MemoQ, some are integrated with MemSource, with XTM, with SmartCAD, whichever tool. So that part is working. I start my project in the business management system and I push it into the CAD tool. But in reality, many of the projects you receive are coming from vendor portals, are coming from translation management systems. They are coming from emails. And honestly, this is something that has been keeping me busy for a while. Like, is it possible to automate emails? I mean, we've got all this beautiful machine learning. And after all, what you need to know about a translation project is not too much. It's like you need languages, you need deadlines, you need some special instruction if there is any. You need to know the word count, but the word count doesn't always come from the customer, and so on and so forth. And then finally, there are other content sources. Let's say your customer tells to you, like, I want to have my Twitter account translated. Yeah, it's not as extreme, right? So all of this is going between these source systems into these target systems. There are certain events in the target system, those that were the moments we talked about, like the vendor reassignment, delivery, and so on, that need to be monitored and fed back into the source systems. So this is the basis of translation automation in my view. We are getting now to the second part, which is the APIs. And this is going to be much shorter. But before we get here, like, are there any comments, any questions in the audience regarding the framework of theory or the journey that I was talking about?
Any questions? Yeah. Yes.
Hi, this is Serena speaking.
Hi, Irina.
Actually, we don't have any questions from online from now, because I think that people should analyze everything they just heard, and it's early morning here as for Saturday, and
Tell me, tell me
and
about
for you
it.
too. So I personally I have some questions because I've been in a project manager's shoes for 7 years. I heard a lot of things that project management can be automated soon, and probably we can lose our jobs in some years. But from my experience as project management, it's not just about doing some interactions with clients, or just sending emails, or dealing with team building for the project, but it's dealing with all the issues and unexpected situations. And what do you think? Can it be automated too? No.
I don't really see it that way. So the first thing is that I don't think you would be out of your job. What I think is that the required project management skills are going to change. This is something that you will see soon on the last slide, because the problem is that if you create exceptions, you have to handle exceptions. If you allow the customer to create exceptions, you have to handle exceptions. So what I see is that from a I click here, I click there type of job, from what used to be what I called a file swapper job, it's turning into a process guardian job. And what I believe could be very interesting is to establish this. Like, I've heard a lot of talk about the exception-based project before. That's not new. It's been something that was mentioned 10 years ago. And what I think is that this is the thing that is worth looking at. It's kind of like, how can you identify what is at risk? And honestly, a lot of the tools out there don't do a very good job in this. And you have to check it all the time. And what's important is to pinpoint something may go wrong here. And then, of course, then it's a human decision, because there is not a full informed thing. And sometimes the best thing you can do is pick up the phone and solve the problem. And that's not automatable very much. I mean, maybe if every single translator, every single customer, everybody would be on the same technology infrastructure, but that's not coming in my lifetime.
Thank you, Istvan. As to continue these thoughts, I believe that it will help to make some better customer experience, as well as to have a little bit more discipline for income tasks from the customer to project manager. Actually, it maybe would be much better to have less force majeures or unexpected situations.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
I couldn't
Thank you
agree
so
more.
much. Tatiana, do you have some questions?
I don't have a question. I have just some comment from the real life that recently when we read about some of your new announcements of connectors with Protomos and other, between Protomos and other systems, I suppose it's like within your company, yes, it's done. We had project managers, accountants, and most of the staff in the company absolutely dancing from joy, you know, because we understood that the life will be, with one client at least, will be so much easier that it will really change the workflow in the office in general. So it's just our huge thanks that you're doing what you're doing, because it's really, and nobody was scared that they'll have less job. We're glad that they have less job.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's interesting, actually, to hear, because there are people differently reacting here, I think.
I think that you never probably see those people who actually benefit from what you're doing. Project managers, and so I just describe you how it looks on that final point. Thank you. And I won't take your time anymore.
Thank you. So let's jump into a bit of technology now. So what are these application programming interfaces? They allow programs to talk with each other. Lovely. People can't talk with each other, but now we want programs to talk. What I mentioned earlier is that not every API is public. So even if you don't think you are using APIs, you are using APIs. If you use let's say, Gmail, and its interface full of APIs that you could actually automate. The reason why those APIs are not hacked is that Google has reasonably good APIs for Gmail, but not every tool provider. And the smaller the tool provider, the more unlikely API gets a big impact. Then REST APIs and SOAP APIs. These are two types, and SOAP was like more traditional, but even REST has been around from 2000. These are basically, I'm going to show you only REST APIs because they are easier to use. What they do is that they give you some very atomic tasks. So a lot of the tasks that you can automate or you can perform in a tool are exposed through this API, the REST APIs. But what's different is that you need to do everything separately. So for example, in the REST API, a file upload is not that easy. That's the most difficult thing. In a SOAP API, it's like, yeah, let's upload this file, let's create a project from that, and so on and so forth. That's still one call. In a REST API, it would be like, let's upload a file and get an identifier. Let's create a project. Let's associate the project with that file identifier. These would be 3 steps. The next thing is the authentication, which I talked about. That very often APIs are actually not really thought through. Who can use the APIs? Who should be using the APIs? What is important is that if there is a super user that has access to everything in an API, problem. If you are able to use an API just with your username and password that you would use in the website, that's excellent. And in here, I must say that in this industry, kudos definitely goes to MemSource because they have designed their APIs really well. I'm gonna show you Postman. It's a tool that is for API testing, worth getting to know. And then the last bit, and this is something I've seen a long time. One of the problems with the APIs is that a manager, an owner of a company, assumes that the developers know what to do. So when I'm talking about REST APIs, fairly simple to do. But at the same time, you cannot just say integrate these tools, because there needs to be way more than that. It's like how? What are the exact things that you do? So you cannot just say that an integration is an integration. There's so much to it. So what I'd like to do is run like 1, 2, or 3 little demos here. And I suppose that you are able to see my screen still. And look at this. This I just created for you. So I have registered in the IBM Cloud. Nothing else, I just registered. I log into their interface, and what we are going to see is text classification. How does IBM Watson, one of the best AIs in the industry, classify texts? How can I classify my text? And you know that recently SDL has released Language Cloud, which was, to my pleasure, the first tool that I've seen to classify the content of the text. And this categorization is part of the actual offering. And yeah, it's a great thing. But at the same time, there are things that are very cheap, and even you could use it to integrate it with your own systems. So I'm looking at the resource list to create a resource. This resource is going to be the natural language processing interface. I just enter natural language understanding, that's actually the name, in order to find this in the catalog, because they have over 20,000 APIs, and I enable that. So far it's quite easy, no? I need to select a region and a pricing plan, but I want the free pricing, of course. The region can be anywhere if I'm just doing a demo, doesn't matter. So I selected the light one and I create it. There's no need to change the names or anything. So now I've got natural language understanding after creating it. There is a very good description which says that make sure you have the curl command, and I'm checking actually if I do. I also installed Postman, just so that you know, and this is a tool that you can also install on your own computer. It can be used free of charge. So what happens is that there is an analyze a web page step which says run the following command. Instead of using it from the terminal every time, which I can do, and I'm going to show you how, I'm going to use it from Postman. And look, I just, instead of doing it into the terminal, I just copy it here in a text editor. This is a pretty normal text editor like Notepad. And you see that there is the URL over there that needs to be replaced. And on the top, there is the API key in curly brackets. So what I need to do is go actually into the manage mode in order to get my URL and my API key. Not a big deal to do. And just copy it over. So you see I copy the API key, I put it into my text editor over there. Fairly simple, no? And I copy my URL, and you see in the last line there's the URL. That's where I put my URL. So I've got something I can run. Look, it's going to look into this URL, which is newsroom.ibm.com. And it already did the categorization: health and fitness, therapy, cancer, brain tumor, things like that. So this is Postman. And now I'm going to implement this in my Postman. You can create some requests and you can reuse this request later, even if you're a project manager. So what I do is that I go to import and import raw text. And you need to enter a curl command here, and that turns it into a Postman request. So because this worked earlier, I just do this. And then I continue, and it actually creates a request that clicking on the save button later, I can actually save. And here you see under headers that everything can be quite easily modified. Like, look at it. You click on send, and it is sent, and it is the response is coming back. And you can see how many characters, how many features, what's the sentiment, what are the keywords from this. It's useful also for the extraction of terminology. And if I go to the body, I just change the URL. I mean, if I want to see something else instead of this IBM article, I just put in another URL. I could also use a file. So there are several ways to use this. And it extracts sentiment, categories, concepts, entities, and keywords. You see, the belazy.cat blog article that I put in here extracted the keywords, the names, for example, and it says business and industrial business software, and that's the category. You see Plunet is, for example, extracted as a company there. And business management system is a relevant keyword. So you can get quite a lot of information about this. I didn't only do this one, I also did Google, if you're interested in that, and Integromat, which is a nice little tool, which allows you to put together different actions. So for example, this one I have created because I wanted to use an email address to save every email I receive into the Google Drive as text for text extraction reasons. So I created a mail hook, which allows you to, that's a email address, you see over there. If I send a message to that email address, every time the email comes in, it goes through a text parser that turns my HTML into a text and saves this into my Google Drive at a new text file location containing the HTML and containing the text as well. So there are very good tools for this. And you can't only work with Google Drive here, but you have a full list of tools available to you, your CRM, and like Apple push notifications if you like. So if I just want to create a new Salesforce account, I can do that easily based on the emails. So there's a lot of automation possibilities there that I think it's worth knowing. And now I just want to go back into, yeah. And if you just want to test out this thing with IBM text recognition, there is also this URL. I'm sure that you will get the slides later, so you can test it yourself. And then the business case is that you have to start at processes. And I'm gonna speed up a bit because I think I'm going over time and I don't want to. So this is what I think is going to be the automation savvy project manager, who is rather going to be a programmer or an account manager, that they like to leave good processes behind and move on to the next challenge. They want to increase the number of projects running, and the time spent on research and improvements is not time wasted, but rather time very well spent. And they have ownership. I think it's important to give project managers an ownership and maybe even a small budget that I can spend this amount of money in order to make things better and make things faster. And process and exceptions. Nobody sees better the process and the exceptions in your organization than a project manager. And the process is never stopping within the boundaries of your company. It always includes the customers and the vendors. This is something that an automation savvy project manager needs to understand. What happens today is because somebody somewhere made certain decisions. So what you need to know is that anything can be changed, but the reasons why things happen the way they happen are the ones that are able to tell you what can change and what cannot, because this is something in certain boundaries. So improving the process together with the customers is very important. I'm not saying every customer listens. I'm saying that this is what I think in the future will happen. And then a good project manager has to be very thankful for collaboration, very much ready to address concerns. So if a translator or a customer comes with a complaint, turn it into understanding why they are complaining, turn it into understanding how they can make the process better. And what's interesting is that I talked about file shuffling, but in reality, it seems that a good translation automation project manager is a good project manager from whatever research project, if you like, or improvement project in a company. So the project management body of knowledge actually applies here in translation automation. And here are some links that you can take away and maybe read. One is from us, one is from SmartCat. And most important is that automation always starts with understanding the process in detail and understanding how the process can be improved and what are the reasons why the process is the way it is. Technology is just an afterthought. Technology is a slave to the process. So that's all for today. Thank you very much. And
Scenarios really very interesting. I think
actually we don't have any questions for now. So I believe that's all for now. And I wish all of us someday and sometimes be a little bit lazy. So thank you, István.
My goal
Thank you
actually
very
is to
much.
be lazy all the time. Yes, just thank you, István. Enjoy your
Thank
day.
you. And I'm sorry I couldn't be with you in person now.
Please come next year if everything will be okay.
If
You'll
everything goes
enjoy
okay,
it. You'll
I'd like
enjoy
to.
it. I know it.
Looks good. Your background looks very good. And it's not a poster.
Oh, and it's only a tiny part, you know. So have a great day, and
And you.
waiting for
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. And we are happy to meet our next presenter. It's Marek Pavelets, who is really a renowned expert in MemoQ and in translation technologies. So every translator I met here, when they learned that Marek is supposed to speak on technologies, they said me, wow, that's great, because that's the person who knows all answers. And so we won't take time anymore. And it's Marek Pavelets speaking on effective revision in MemoQ. Hi, Marek.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, everything
Great.
works.
Can you see my screen?
Just a second. Yes, we can
Yeah.
see.
It's on. Okay, so we have a. Let me start by saying I do regret that I cannot be there in person. I wish I will come next year. And we have very little time, so I will speak about some settings that are better suited for revision process instead of translation, which is the default for many MemoQ settings in the software. Okay, so let's, since this talk is about revision, I will only talk about bilingual files. And let's start with something very basic. I have a bilingual file in a format that MemoQ can import, but doesn't understand the confirmation settings. So the file was imported as not started. What will happen if I start to confirm translations here as a reviewer? So let's confirm a segment. It's okay, translation. This translation is okay. This translation is correct too. Now I'm in segment 6, and suddenly you may have noticed that, but I have a fuzzy match here inserted, 70%, which is actually a match from a previous segment, segment number 5, and not what the original content translated here was. Why? Because by default, when there is no, when you work with segments with not started status, MemoQ will try to insert matches there, the best matches it can find. And in this case, I have an empty translation memory. In this case, the best match is the 70% match from a previous segment. Of course, I can undo that by pressing Ctrl-Z and Ctrl-Z. And now you can see that the original translation is inserted, restored here. But doing that would be a very tedious process. So instead of relying on default MemoQ settings, we can make our life easier in the case where we have a file with not started statuses. We can go to Translation ribbon, Translation settings, Automatic lookup and insertion. And here, as you can see, by default, MemoQ will try to, after you go to a new segment, after confirming the previous one, MemoQ will try to, will always analyze the segment and try to insert the best hit it can find. And by default, it's 60%. And since we are reviewing the document and we don't want any fuzzy matches inserted, we want to set this value to 100%. So MemoQ can still overwrite existing content, but only if it's 100% match. So we can assume that that 100% match is something we've already confirmed. And if we do that, when I go back to a previous segment and confirm it, MemoQ shows me that 70% match. I'm sorry for my voice. But now it's not inserted automatically. It does not overwrite the content anymore. So very simple setting, but can be very, very useful. Okay, but this is a rare case. Theoretically, when you will work with a file with status, when you will be reviewing a files with a status not started. Let's try something MemoQ understands. So let's say you want to review a document translated in MemoQ or translated in Trados Studio. These statuses are understood by MemoQ, and you may get file which will look like this. So first of all, you have mostly confirmed segments. Now, I was confirming the segments in the previous file with the default role of a translator. Here, I am to review file which was confirmed by translated and confirmed by a translator. So what I need to do, I need to change my role. I'm talking about offline translations, not online projects. So as a reviewer, I need to change my status from translator to reviewer 1 or reviewer 2. If you are working with MemoQ files, you can set your status to reviewer 1. However, if you are reviewing Trados Studio files, you need to set your status to reviewer 2, because otherwise those segments won't have correct status after export and opening them in Trados Studio. So for Trados Studio, you always, when you're reviewing studio files in MemoQ, you always need to set your status as a reviewer 2. For MemoQ, you can use reviewer 1 depending on your actual role in a project. So let's say reviewer 1. And now I can confirm a segment, and what will happen? I will go to the next unconfirmed one. But hey, I want to see the segment that was set just after my confirmed segment. I want to see the next segment that was confirmed by a translator. Why did MemoQ jump to the segment number 5, which has status edited? Because MemoQ uses the go to next settings. And currently my go to next settings are set for translator. Let's go to edit ribbon. See, go to next and select settings. This is one of the dialogues which I actually use quite a lot. So by default, when you install MemoQ, MemoQ will use go to next settings, all rows, no filtering. It means that when you confirm a segment with Control Enter, I'm sorry, MemoQ will go to the next segment regardless of its status, which may be useful in some scenarios, but it's very inconvenient if you work as a translator with bilingual files, in cases where you already have some segments translated and you are not supposed to touch them, or some segments are locked and obviously you are not supposed to touch them. Then you going to next segment after confirming the current is very tedious, because then you need to manually jump to next segment you need to actually translate. So for translation, not confirmed in any role is a very good setting. However, when you are reviewing, so let's just stick to not confirmed in any role. Let's confirm this segment and segment number 11, which is not edited, not started status. However, once you run out of not confirmed segments, when you, as a reviewer, try to go to next segment that is confirmed by a translator, every time you press Control Enter, you will get no more matching segments to jump in this document dialog, which is pretty annoying. So what you can do here as a reviewer, as opposed to translator, you select Go to Next, Settings, and change to Status tab, and then select Translator Confirmed. As you can see, default not confirmed in any role actually resolves into several statuses, not started, edited, assembled from fragment, and so on. But you can also add translator confirmed. And that means that whenever you press Control Enter as a reviewer, MemoQ will go to the next segment that was either unconfirmed or confirmed by a translator, but not by a reviewer. So auto-propagated segments will be skipped, will be jumped over. Let's confirm this segment. And again, there is an issue here because MemoQ brought me to the next unconfirmed segment, which is, as it happens, locked. So we can refine our settings, go to Next again, Settings, Status, and tell MemoQ we are only interested in unlocked rows. Just click OK. And now MemoQ will jump to the next unconfirmed by a reviewer, but it will skip all the segments that were confirmed by reviewer. So lives get easier as a reviewer. By the way, one more setting that might interest you as a reviewer here is view pane. View pane in MemoQ by default shows you a preview of a document if it's available. So let's say you work with a Word file, Excel, or PowerPoint, you will get a file preview. But you can also switch to active comments or review. To do that, you simply need to move your mouse pointer into the view pane. And if you switch to review and click any segment, MemoQ will show you some useful information about that segment. Most notably, it will show you where that particular match came from. So as you can see here, this 100% match comes from MemoQ webinar translation memory. And the user who confirmed was Marek, that's me. If there are any quality assurance warnings, they will be shown here too. And if
from the subtitle, which says international specification for the preparation of technical documentation in a controlled language. So you can see that we are linking to controlled language as I was saying before. So then let's analyze each single word. ASD is actually what we saw before. It's the association owner of the specification. STE, simplified technical English, simplified, it's intended to simplify the language, especially for non-native speaker. Technical because it is intended for technical text, and English because English is the international language of engineering and science. And why 100? 100 has been assigned by us, by the STMG, as a tribute to the ATA 100, which is was the first international specification which in 1987 included the requirements to use simplified technical English in maintenance manual. ATA stands for Air Transport Association of America. So in the next 3 slides, we will see a very short summary of the history of simplified technical English, which starts as with at the end of the 70s on a specific request from the European airlines. So you can see that the Association of European Airlines asked EICMA, the previous association before ISD, to investigate reality of maintenance documentation in the civil aircraft industry and to find a solution to simplify the language to write such documentation. So EICMA asked the equivalent association in the United States, which is called the Aerospace Association of AIA of America, to assist in the project. 2 groups, one from EICMA and one from AIA, were formed for the scope, and these 2 groups explored all the existing manuals and control language, and they came to the conclusion that there was a need to have a simplified language to be used in aerospace. So in 1983, in Amsterdam, the EICMA Simplified English project started, and started at the first intention of the fathers of Simplified Technical English was to create, I would say, not to invent the wheel, but to simply transfer the concepts of something which was already existing into the aerospace need and in the aerospace domain. So it was actually 2 models were taken into account and inspired the work. One was the Caterpillar Fundamental English, or CFE, which was used to define the writing rules, and then for the second part, for the dictionary, another document was taken into account, which was created by McDonnell Douglas, which is now Boeing, and it consisted in a technical list of terms, a technical dictionary that was that inspired the creation of the Simplified Technical English Dictionary. So the result of the effort was the EICMA Simplified English Guide, after 3 years of work from 1983 to 1986, and you can see that from a simple guide, we moved subsequently in 2005 to create an international specification, which is the one we are having now. So this is briefly the history of Simplified Technical English. In the next slide, I summarized some concepts, some basic principles. So what does the specification give to the technical authors? I would say that the structure is exactly replicating the concept of a pioneer of control language, which was called Basic English and was created in the 30s. And we have 9 sections and 53 writing rules in part 1. And then we have a control vocabulary of 864 approved words. So it is intended to make the technical text easy to understand by everyone, especially the non-native English speakers. And it has a control language, control vocabulary, with sufficient words to write all technical sentences. And I would say, I'm not reading through everything, but I would say that it incorporates the main feature of flexibility. Flexibility means that it can be adapted at all the domains completely different from the intended domain of aerospace. So flexibility is, I would say, the most important feature, because you can add to the basic vocabulary, you can add some categories of terminology, which we call technical names and technical verbs, that can be applicable to every, and we will see later about the usage of simplified technical English, which is summarized in the next slides. You can see that although it was developed for aerospace and for the aviation industry, it is now a requirement which is used in such domain, and this is required by the two major specifications that are used to write manuals in that domain, which is S1000D and ATA, the former ATA 100, which is now called 2200. So if you can show the next slide, we can see that today simplified technical English users are located mainly outside aerospace and defense, with 54% are outside, and we can also copies of the specification have been requested by 113 different countries worldwide, 63% outside Europe. And then we have more than 300 universities worldwide with copies, and they include the study of simplified technical English, or they wanted to include the study of simplified technical English into their programs. And then, of course, there are many important companies in various sectors of industries. In the next slide, we can see the first 30 positions of distributed copies. This is based on the latest version, issue 7, which has been released almost 4 years ago. And what I can remark here is that at the end of 2019, China was in position number 14, and now we can see that in position number 2. And it happened that the Civil Aviation Administration of China issued a directive and, to use simplified technical English as a reference to get the aircraft maintainer license. So all Chinese airlines and maintenance centers started a massive request of copies, which brought China, as I was saying, from position 14 to position number 2, and this is still ongoing. This massive requests. So it is actually a success for us, for the STE standard being recognized in such official way, and you can also see at the end that Ukraine is positioned on the last position, number 30, which is not bad in any case, because this is just only a portion of 113 countries. And then in the next, you can see the distribution by continents. The distribution by continents is, you can see that Europe is in the first place with 36%, and then it's followed by North America with 25, and then we have also Asia with 21, and the growing of Asia is linked to the growing of China. So So if you can show that, that's it. We have also Pacific, and then we have South America, and at the end we have Africa. In the next one, which is this is very interesting because we can see in which fields of activities the STE users are located and distributed. So it is very significant, the position number 2, related to language services, translation and technical documentation in general. Then also we have information technology and IT, high-tech software and telecommunication, and then also we have the academic centers, universities in just after the airlines. Then also we have automotive, railways, transportation. We have different types of industries grouped into the others category. And then we have mechanical engineering, manufacturing, processes, energy, oil, gas, electricity, nuclear, mining, etc., medical and healthcare. And then we have private use and industrial machinery. So this is basically the scenario of the users. In the next slide, we can see that also linked to the presence today here of Tatiana and me, there is the STMG, the Simplified Technical Maintenance Group, which is the group in charge to control and maintain the STE specifications. So throughout the years, we have we took care of a total of 15 releases of the specification, changes, issues, revisions, and we had 81 working meetings and held in 12 countries in 22 cities. So the next issue, we are working on the next issue, which is expected to be released next year at the end of April. We are having difficulties in having meetings due to the COVID-19, but we will meet the target anyway because the new specification, the new issue is on its way. So in the next slide, you can see the companies, the organization and countries that are part of the STMG today, including some associate members, which are representing the airlines. And this is important to have a representation of the end user. You may remember at the beginning I said that this specification was written on a request from the airlines, and we still have 3 airlines within our group. But in the next slide, we can see the creation of this language and many years ago. So it is actually an old project until recently discovered by other potential users. So for more than 30 years, STE was confined in the walls of aviation maintenance only, and only with the starting of issue 6 in 2013, the specification was made available free of charge to everyone. So starting from that point, it was the requests for copies dramatically increased. So other industries outside aviation became attracted, academic world, university, technical colleges, language schools became attracted, translation world became attracted, presentation and speeches were requested in several important conferences every year, and STE became the starting point for other control languages. And this is interesting because it is related to our presentation today. So the need to know about STE is constantly increasing. And so how can it be applicable to translation? There are, of course, tremendous benefits that control language can have in the translation process. So when STE was created, one of its primary objectives was to make translation easier. So this is based on the principle that if the vocabulary, the meaning of words and types of sentence constructions are controlled, the variation between texts will be minimal. So thus it is easier for translators or translating engines to translate texts written in one control language into another language. So beside the STE is a paramount important and customized terminology database that includes the technical terms, so technical names and technical verbs. So a translator should be able to translate the text written in another language into STE or translate the text written in STE into another language. So the second option is what we are discussing today, because it can result in future opportunities of a localized version in other simplified technical English languages. And my last slide before I give the microphone to Tatiana is that 2 years ago, in 2018, the STMG, the entire STMG, so also Tatiana and me, were invited to speak in the first World Forum of National Control Languages, which took place in Florence. And during the days of the forums, many existing control languages were presented and discussed, including some which are referenced in this slide. The creation of a control language, which is based on the principle of simplified technical English, could have enormous positive impacts on translation. And one of these major examples was the simplified control Spanish, which was created as a sort of mirror of simplified technical English. So as we can see how, a language, for example, like Russian, which is currently not entirely controlled, can get benefits of possible future controlled version based on the STE principle in the same way as the Spanish control language. So, and this is what Tatiana will explain in the second part of the presentation. So this concludes my part, and I pass the microphone to Tatiana for the very interesting second part about Russian. Thank you.
Hello, UT Camp. Thanks for the possibility to join this conference in this unusual online format, but we still have this capability of being partially present today. What we're going to be discussing is how Russian language, well, is not the simplest one for technical documentation, can be used for standards development based on the simplified technical English. And correspondingly, what points, issues, details, terms can be of aid in our technical translations to make it closer to our technical standards, in translating technical standards, to make our translations less ambiguous and more understandable and comprehensible, because as Orlando mentioned, this is one of the key goals and aims for the standard technical English, whether it's applied to the aviation industry or other industries where the standard is used. The interest towards the standard is growing, is booming, and it's expanded into other areas and industries that are in a way, in this or that way, related to working with people and our overall security and safety. So here comes a question: can you make Russian language controlled based on its structure, based on its build, Russian language is different from other languages. And in 2018, there was an interesting linguistical moment. So what I think is important to be highlighted here and maybe to discuss here again with you, that includes differences in mentality. For example, the negativism that is transferred as Russian language speakers, that is transferred from our brain into our translation. We are being brought up in a way that all of our recommendations, all the informational signs, they contain some sort of a prohibition. Fortunately, I am really pleased to see that these signs, informational signs, become more and more loyal and comprehensible for the audience. But still, from the very childhood, we're hearing "do not run," "do not step on the green grass," "do not touch the paintings." So in our area, you can almost think that in our area, in our mentality, just like in this slide, almost everything is prohibited. And when we're starting technical translation, when we're switching into this industry, we can transfer this negativity, and we need to control that. We need to control that internally in ourselves. We have to understand this is less of a feature for English, because all the recommendations, all the prohibitions, all the informational messages are formed as positive statements. Because if it's this is something that is translated in.
So, respectfully, the example which we can observe on the lower part of the slide, in the red square, there is such kind of example of what we can talk about right now. Moreover, the usage of the exclamatory sign adds some imperativity and imperativity to the statement, and not ability to and avoids any flexibility, makes some direct statements. And the most widespread difficulty you have all come across, that is a load of nouns in sentences, which is quite peculiar for any official or governmental language of any topicality. The same tendency can be observed in the technical Russian language. For example, such a segment where the power regulator is described may contain a lot of phrases, a lot of sentences. So we should use more adjectives, more infinitive constructions, avoid noun clusters, as we are talking about the application of standard technical English as to the work in translating from Russian into English and vice versa. We have to try to understand and make it clear to the native speakers and non-native speakers. Moreover, this loading of nouns is accompanied with different grammatical structures, which prevents from understanding information in general. Besides this, the sentence which you can see on the upper side of our slide contains 27 words, which is too much. It exceeds the recommended number of words. The recommendation states the usage of 20 words in one sentence is the maximum, which makes the sentence more clear and more vivid for understanding. And this is one of the examples which should be applied while translating from English into Russian. And another interesting point which differs the formulages of translation from English into Russian that bases which exist in Russian can be omitted in Russian, and we should remember it, that some things may be omitted. Another interesting point about the usage of personal pronouns, which are quite peculiar in English texts, in English manuals, guides, technical documentations, which are excluded from Russian documents, respectively. Despite all the existing rules, which have been described for quite a while and exist for quite a long, and anybody can refer from the technical translators, we still come across in the internet a big number of different opinions on how to use them, and here are the recommendations. You can see them. So here are some repetitions: the usage of personal pronouns, which we still see in sentences, and they should be avoided. Even it will not cause to the loss of information, and it needs some stylistic adaptation. So the shorter the sentences, recommendations, manuals, guides, the better it is. Especially the last point, which literally is translated: when you reach the last function, press button F, and so on and so forth, which is quite. Another complication are too extended and long sentences, which you can see here in Russian. It exceeds the number of words, 21, and while translating into English, our sentence, as we know, is reduced in size, but still it is better to process it, to evaluate it in Russian, for us to make the work while translating into English much simpler. And of course, the off phrases which are characteristic for political context and technical are not quite peculiar for technical texts here. So the chain of nouns and adjectives, that is the option we should aim for while translating, avoiding too many noun clusters. Apart from that, referring back to the point that all the technical documents should be translated for the maximum avoidance of ambiguity, for avoidance of some unclear things. For example, the usage, as in the sentence, "Don't stand close to the barrier and don't allow children, people, or anybody else do this, especially during its work." It's quite unclear what means its work, whose work, the barrier's work or the people's work. We can hardly expect all the auditorium described in the instruction in this guide to understand what the instruction really means, not the appropriate way of information. Another grammatical point which makes the difference between English and Russian, that is the usage of the future tense, where it is used in English, it is used for the present, and will can be used for some other purposes. And another point is related to the usage of possessive pronouns, which we have already mentioned a bit. In Russian, we have a tendency of its omittance, while there is a great use of them in English. Another aspect which is quite ambiguous it's quite complicated while used in the sentences. That is punctuation. The punctuation in English and Russian are different. It's a separate topic for discussion. Unfortunately, it is not widely taught, it is not widely discussed in the academic sphere, in educational sphere. Still, this question is is of greater interest nowadays. A lot of attention is paid to it nowadays. Here we can see two examples of translation. Sometimes the omittance of the punctuation of commas may lead to the differences of sense, or sometimes it may alter the content totally, alter the meaning totally. That is why we should also remember about the Oxford, so-called Oxford comma, whether it is and where exactly it is applicable, for us not to get into the situation as indicated here on this quite clear slide, clear for understanding. Moreover, there is a category of so well-known false words, false friends, and a lot of phrases, a lot of words which are used in different spheres, but we should be careful with their usage. Besides such words as characteristics, which sometimes may be used in the meaning of behavior. When we are thinking about the word characteristics in Russian, it may mean quite different, and other big number of enemies of the translator, false friends of the translator. I appreciate the work of my colleague for recommending me these terms for the discussion, because those are the terms and quite frequent mistakes, frequent drawbacks which can be made while translating from English into Russian and vice versa, which are irrelevant due to the terminological application, because the word object may be translated wrong, and also the word classification. As a technical translator, I quite often come across this word in different places, in different meanings, but we should bear in mind that we should apply the word categorization in this sense, in the sense of the Russian classification meaning. That is why we should choose from the chain of words the most appropriate, the most applicable for this or that text to make the better perception of the text. For us to sum up all the information which has been discussed with us, all the things which we have discussed with you, there are many more complications, many more difficulties in Russian and English, while interaction of Russian and English in the sense of technical. The question is whether it is possible to create Russian for it to be controlled, for it to be simplified as the simplified English. I think it is possible, and I truly hope that some moment the simplified Russian will be developed, and we work with colleagues who are also in the technical translation. We discuss this possibility, and I do believe that one day we will gather together in order to create such simplified Russian. We shall create the national version of the simplified Russian. One of our colleagues is involved in the standardization of Japanese, so I think he will be quite helpful. What can we do in order to control Russian? As to the technical topicality. I want to underline that we should remember the restrictions about the number of words in the sentence. We make the simplified syntaxes. We should substitute nouns into adjectives and verbs, the noun clusters, long noun clusters, and make the sentences sound more logical. For the sentences, modified sentences in Russian, to correlate with English better. Besides this, the terminological unity should be kept. Orlando and I, we have prepared a couple of samples, a couple of examples, how the simplified technical English helps in translation. We have made some experiments in machine translation in order to demonstrate the way the technical English helps to use machine translation and make it more clear and understandable. Of course, we are not too courageous to state that it is a unique instrument which doesn't need any improvement. As I have heard from the previous colleagues' reports, I can tell that this topic is quite acute. It is widely discussed in our translation community. But apart from that, if the text looks very structured and simple in the source language, please agree with me that it is quite easy for translation.
So, we've picked out several simple, basic texts without going into the main topics that actually resulted in simplified English to be created. It's not an airspace or aviation. This is something that we all understand, and Orlando, naturally, as a fan of a good coffee, insisted on those examples being picked up from the instructions of several coffee machines to produce mocha. So this is the source text that we have in English, and we will put it into simplified English version. You can see it's well structured, quite logical. There are no sentences that are too long, no structures that are overloaded either. So if we use this, we use Google Translate to translate this, we've received a result that is quite bearable, I must say, despite certain segments that need stylistic polishing or maybe wording change. But as you can see, for this size of a text, there's not too many points that require corrections. Moreover, we've decided to have a look at the results for a different text that has a different structure to make our experiment wider and not to stick with the same long text, because when it comes to comprehensiveness of machine translation, comprehensibility of machine translation, longer texts result in other results. So the results are as follows. There's structure is not ideal. There are several additional punctuation marks, and you can see some of the structures that are used here are not ideal too. This happens. Those terms that the machine translation doesn't know or cannot recognize. I believe you've experienced this on your own too. You've encountered a situation like this. So you can see that usage of simplified technical English we'll still need machine translation post-editing performed by a human even for those texts. You cannot avoid that. Next, similar text. These are the text and instructions. This kind of text and instructions were used for these examples. The topic is absolutely the same. Coffee machines. It's a pretty basic, common structure, really clear. There are no difficult wordings here, nor no difficult sentences. So the text is mostly quite clear and comprehensive in the result. Of course, there are certain bits and pieces that might need some changes, but overall, in this regard, we're facing with pretty decent results. If we're using this translated text and then apply the simplified technical English standards to adapt it, you can see that those sentences become more brief, they become shorter, and typical structures appear. That is also quite a feature of instructions that make them more clear, and the text becomes more logical. And this is the result that we've achieved using Google into Russian. Of course, this is not ideal too. We see there are some additional punctuation marks, like quotation marks, that should not be in the text. And you can see the coffee machine becomes a coffee maker, and then again a coffee machine, so there is a bit of a consistency issue in terms of terminology. So there are certain points that we need to address when we are going to polish this text. And another example, another sample text that we've used in this experiment to translate from Russian. So this is the result that we achieve by translating it into English. And then what it becomes after we apply the STE rules and standards to it. It's more visually well structured, it's more brief. And the text that comes after applying the STE and then translating it into after translating it with Google into Russian. Naturally, there are certain rough spots or certain wonderful pieces like marks of punctuation that machine translation just decided to add for whatever reason. But the general meaning of the text is maintained. So, naturally, Russian can hardly be classified as one of the easier languages to adapt to the STE standards, but I hope this task is achievable, is realistic, and we will be striving towards this goal and using those rules and recommendations that we've managed to highlight today will help us. If you have any practical examples or your translator's experience that might be useful to us, it will be really helpful to us to hear it. You can always contact us via those emails indicated there, and if you're interested in this standard, you can open the official web page and request a free copy of that standard to study it more carefully. And if you have any deeper interest, if you're more interested in this topic, we are inviting you to join the introductory course on this technical standard. This one of those courses is planned in the near future, and you'll be welcome to join it. In any case, we'll be happy to hear your feedback. Contact us. Thank you for your attention. I hope we did not hold you off your lunchtime for too long. I hope the coffee topic was quite interesting for everybody. Thank you.
Спасибо большое,
Orlando, thanks Tatiana. If there's any questions from the online or maybe from the audience. Okay, we have one. We have one question, and then it's time for us to leave. Good morning. I have a question to Tatiana. That's why I'll ask it in Russian. My name is Igor. I'm into technical editing. Thanks for this wonderful presentation and this overview of technical mistakes that I encounter quite often. My question is regarding the word "please" in technical texts, to the reality of what you've mentioned initially. So, because we're all being banned and prohibited from doing certain things, do you think we'll be able to use? We'll be able to get this right, win this right to use this word "please" in technical texts. Well, Igor, thanks for your questions. Very interesting one. When it comes to mentality, when it comes to technical translation overall, I think sooner or later we'll come to this, because if you observe the trend in informational science, they become a bit more warmer, a bit more human with time. So those wordings become more and more pleasant to read. So I see it in the foreseeable future. We'll be able to use this structure in those to that extent and in those areas that actually allow this. So I think it's possible, because as long as it doesn't make the text overloaded. What do you think? Yeah, well, I hope that we will achieve that, because without it, especially when you receive text from a translator who is not as tech savvy, you just have to replace the word "please" with an empty space by doing auto replacement, because, for example, that translator was doing marketing translation in the past. In my personal opinion, the word "please," "пожалуйста" sounds really good, but you cannot.
Hope to see you sometime, some next UTIC here in person.
Thank you so much.
И сейчас все.
And now lunchtime. Oh, we have another talk. Who's doing the talk?
Just 3 minutes for us to prepare to make our report for the speech, and we will get back. So, dear friends, I want to greet you today also as a speaker, as our experimental Forex mix stream. Our report will be on marketing and design together with Oleg Ivanov, the director of Cartonator company, our friend and director. Something has happened. I don't see the second chair here. You are likely to be standing. This is the element of the cardboard show. Oleg, while you are trying to solve this issue, I would like to tell you today that finally I have the right, as all the Instagram bloggers are doing. Hello, my subscribers. Finally, I'm here with you and I can show you a lot of information. Yes, it's true. We have been receiving a lot of compliments, a lot of questions, and all of you have seen that, have been able to see that the communication of UTIC, its look has changed gradually, the way it looks changed. And my report today is about the case of new graphic style creation, about the way something interesting is created, how the creative process is implemented in the business process, whether it is possible or not, how some characters are created, are born, and how they, similar to Pinocchio, try to live their own lives. It will be some stories, some fairy tales, and real backstage today. Oleg, the floor is yours. I haven't introduced. We have Irina Vizir with us, Marketing and PR Department of Intex Company. I'm very lazy to be standing right in front of you. Hopefully you're not too hungry, guys, so we have time to start. So I want to start telling you with how it all began. After the UTIC 2019, which took place here in the same place, the same format, we decided to go to the fair TechCom in Stuttgart, which is the company associations connected with the technical communications, the technical writers, developers, those who are attached to the sphere, to the industry of localization. They all gather at the sphere in order to represent themselves, which itself is a huge space, more than 160 participants, more than 4,500 visitors. As you can imagine, it was very difficult to attract attention of the visitors to our stand on such a fair. Some people were invited to their stand to ride a bicycle, or to dance with a robot, or to paint a picture, to draw something, or even to drink some coffee or whatever. Oh, who is it? Richard Branson. And we were just going to tell, and we wanted to tell you everything, and we still want to tell you this. So what we're going to tell is that we wanted to tell that our company is in Dnipro, the city of space industry of rockets. Our aim was to tell about our experience in the market, 18-year experience, that we make the technical translations, about the multilingual post-editing. Dear editors, hello guys. And we also wanted to tell about our translators, editors, multi-level quality control system, and of course about the people we work with. And moreover, we wanted to tell that we organize UTIC Camp. It's a great event. It's a total universe with the annual conferences, with hundreds of videos, thousands of subscribers, online participants, and with dozens of master shops, workshops, and a really great atmosphere. We just wanted to show all this. We wanted to bring all those campfire evenings, all this incredible atmosphere and the wind with the pines. And also we wanted to tell, I hope you remember last year, just like today during the conference, they were chicken walking. And during the speech of Kim Rossi, hi Kim, if you hear us, we say hello to you and we love you very much. During his speech, during his delivery, this very beautiful doggy started running the chicken, and their cocks, their male, started to save them. And after this, Kima was telling in a couple of his interviews repeatedly that it was the first conference when he was interrupted by the chicken, which was very funny. And I wanted to tell you, do you remember Nigel Sage came with his wife Annette, and their arrival was very remarkable because they came in their wheeled house. This is a couple from the Netherlands. They were going for 2,500 kilometers, 2 weeks of travel. And I can also add that it was in the conditions of our roads, which was a tremendous adventure, tremendous experience. And this is what UT consists of. And we just wanted to pack it all and bring it to the fair. And ta-da! Here we did it. And we had such a concept which included the printed version of the backstage of that stand, and we wanted to indicate that Dnipro, our city, is the city of aerospace industry, and besides this, UT Camp is held here, just like it used to be with the camping, with the beer, painted beer, with the cardboard chairs, with the fire, with the shelves, pine shelves, almost market in production. And we can also see at the printed version of some in-text booklets. I think you all have seen that. You can take a look at this and familiarize with the services of the company. This goes as the commercial, by the way. And we also have printed the new version of UT Camp booklet. What does it say? It says if something's wrong in your life, if you have become sad, or maybe you are bored during the quarantine, just open this door and you will get inside. You will get inside in here. And here you are in the UT. So we were trying to place here as much as we could and tell everything what was happening here. So what was the result? The result was a success. Of course, everybody was interested to take a look, to touch, to be in these decorations, in the atmosphere, to take photos, some pictures with the chicken. You see this guy, he was just performing, he was just speaking in the hall, and we just wanted to make some hugs, to make friends. Here is the booklet, ta-da! But it was beginning just this way. This is how it looked at the beginning. In fact, every designer's activity is a very great number of stages. It's a strictly elevated process, polished, just like many services of the InText company. And as you understand, to make inspiration to work daily, steadily, non-stop, and not everybody can handle with it, not everybody can cope with this. But Oleg is a person who can do it. Sometimes to go beyond the margins of the technical process, only some courageous heads of the projects can do, just like Irina is. What I wanted to say, if the engineers and constructors are creative with a typical way of thinking, you can create the total worlds.
Oh, I've forgotten that after this exhibition, as you mentioned, by the way, Hans started to live their own life. They started to live everywhere on our booklets and our business card. They actually appeared on our New Year cards. In each and every page, they are here with their children. They're broadcasting online, and even we can see them on our show cards between our presentations. So everything is possible to create, and I'd like to add a couple of words about our job. Here we can see an exhibition shelter, and it's hard to believe that all this was created used with the carton, but it's a Lego that actually has been created from the parts of the carton. And next slide shows, and Irina has mentioned, the idea that we wanted to dip our audience into the built-in with link holes inside the pod, and to be familiar with the production. And the last slide presents our favorite products that we are presenting on the 1st of April, where Odessa is welcoming every year. It's like in Brazil, where many people are coming, running in different suits and in different costumes. And here, for example, we see a boat and a train from Harry Potter that, of course, is going not in the right direction, and many others different solutions. And the most interesting use of cartoon is that this material is an absolutely amazing thing that is used for the exhibition. It's pretty cheap and absolutely friendly towards the ecology and environment. And maybe this is it that we'd like to share with you. And we'd like to wish our companies to increase our friendship, and we are in the process of renewal of our website and renewal process of our further creation. And we wish you to love your job as strong as we love our job. And if something is interesting, we will eager to answer to your questions. We have several calendars about UT Camp that would like to present to all once. Thank you. So, if you don't have any questions, one question.
Can you hear?
Please use your mic.
No, thank you so much. This was beautiful what you showed here. I mean, of course, No, absolutely, absolutely amazing. And so congratulations. I wanted to ask you, how did you create those designs, or how did you order those designs? How did you decide that those are the designs you like more than others?
Actually, it was some spontaneous decision. As usual in marketing, you just think about some task to solve, and then decision just goes from somewhere, and you just feel it will be the best decision for this way.
I'm asking because for a long time we were saying that a photograph, a picture, is more powerful than words, but now we are actually seeing this movement towards cartoons and illustration. So, did you work with local designers, local painters, or illustrators?
Actually, Oleg, who is standing by me, he is our art director and our main designer. Yes. So yes, we are, and actually, if you noticed, this UT camp was the first time when we represented our first animated chickens. So yes, those animated chickens will go through their evolution to some cartoons or other motion design.
Я скажу немножко на русском.
I'd like to mention in Russian, the style that we have now is the result of international cooperation, because we got it as a marketing solution that was aimed to attract marketing and clients. But we were inspired these hands, and Lisa, Stas Kalinyuk's daughter, this girl actually took us up to the hand and showed us where the hands are, and that was an inspiration for us. And that illustrator who had created for us those images, he lives in Italy, and he saw the pictures of our hands on the photos, and he actually was followed on by my task that I gave to him.
I wanted to add some few words. We also had some task to have lightweight decorations, which is important when you are going by plane. So I believe that cartoon is one of the best decisions for this case.
Если есть вопросы, да.
If you have any questions, thank you.
Есть еще вопросы?
Oh, you want to ask?
Any more questions?
Спасибо
большое.
Thank you so much.
so well. So I would like to thank the organizers. I know how serious it is to organize an event like this, so great thanks that every year you can come back home to UTSC. And I wanted to ask about you a little bit. I mean, I know you know who I am, but I would like to find out, to understand more or less. Are there translators and editors in the room? Raise your hand. No. Yes. Is there somebody from translation agencies except InText? Okay, InText is there. And I have a question to translators and editors. You can just cry out from place and I'll just repeat them in the microphone. Why did we come into this profession? Why we're here? Maybe we came here to earn lots of money and fame. Are there people who are here after fame and money? No. Well, we live in a real world. That's great. Why have we come to this profession then? What has motivated us, actually, to become an interpreter? Okay, it was an accident, but hopefully it was happy. Okay. Are there more answers? Okay, love for language. Great. Something else? I like working with language. Okay. I totally agree with you. About myself, I can say that I had the following reasons. Just that I like languages, words, letters, and that's how it went. And as we have understood, parties, wealth, power, huge money, it's not something you can come across frequently. Of course, we know translators who have their fans, and we won't name them, but it's a different story. But I have a hypothesis that we're here for enjoyment. And I mean, it's great freedom, you can travel, we can work time that is convenient, but it seems to me that the happiness wouldn't be complete if we didn't enjoy the work that we do. So if we didn't enjoy the translation process. And the question is the following: when, at which moment do we enjoy the translation process? If you have anything to answer, I mean, I hope that you do enjoy the process. Just cry out your answers and then I'll just repeat them into the mic. Okay. Yes, we face challenges and we solve them. Okay, more options? Yes, when you have an interest in text and you're interested in the topic. Okay, then I have a couple of other hypotheses here. No, actually. Okay, we'll do it differently. I'll read it out. It's not there on the slide. I wrote the following things down. When we know the subject well, when we understand it well, what's happening there, and we don't have to Google every fact, every term, and to understand what's it about, when the file it has segmented fine in the cat tool, when the original text is written in an adequate way, when there is not too little and not too much time for the translation. That's also important. And, in my opinion, we enjoy, at least I enjoy, when I do my work well, when we feel that we are doing well, right? And it just turns out that we have to understand how to come to that place where we do our work well. How do we achieve it? And what does it mean, doing your work well? In my opinion, this is when we feel that we deliver a cool text, that it is clear, that it is pleasant to read, that every word chosen and every comma put can be justified. We are convinced. Even if they wake us up at night, I'll tell them, like, yeah, I wrote it like this because it should be like this, and I can explain. Of course, we cannot say the same about each segment that we translated. We are all humans. Sometimes we lack the time or knowledge or patience, so that you could kind of confirm every segment with blood. But at least we should aspire for that, not for blood, but for confidence, of course. And then each question of the client is not going to be like a headache. It's going to be happy, as excitement. It's like, why did you write like this? Okay, I'll open it up and I'll tell you. When each question of the client, why did you translate like this? That's a gift, not a headache. And that's also a possibility to stand out among competitors, because when one translator sends corrections and the questions why, and he or she answers, both options are correct. And the client is like, okay. And if you justify it well, if you provide sources, if you're confident about everything, it works well for the authority. And I think that after such cool answers, they won't deliver too many corrections, and they might agree to improve your rate and or to become an editor. Of course, nobody likes editing, but at least it's a compliment if you have an offer like that in my world. And if we say that such approach is valid, let us think what could be the way that could lead us towards this confidence. I think that this is going to be more useful for translation beginners. I hope they're watching us. So let's see how we can achieve this confidence. What's the first thing that's important is to know about translation topic. I divide the text into two types: text for experts and text for the general public, because a financial text can be either super complicated, deep and serious, or for everybody, just for general information. And each type of this text has their own methodology for improving the quality of work. In general, for text for experts, we include everything. You might or you can get education in this field. You can become a doctor or an engineer or, I don't know, an economist. You could have a training in specialized translation. There are also this. You could be mentored by a skilled colleague. You could specialize consciously. You choose a domain, and then you just dig deep. You read blogs of the experts actually in these fields, both in the source and target language. You should follow the news of the industry, listen to the podcasts. You should watch YouTube channels on that topic. And the last part of this way is to develop knowledge in the field. That also works for the text designed for general public. I have a life hack. Actually, I managed to watch useful videos on YouTube in the evening when I am actually taking off my makeup. 20 minutes if I don't have the time at all. Then, another question. We have dealt with this topic, we know it well, and then I think that we have to learn to write well. What does it mean? I'm deeply convinced that the success of a translator depends not just on the knowledge of the source language, but on the deep knowledge of the target language. Because we can learn that foreign language for many years, watch films and talk, but it won't have much sense if we don't feel the words in our native language, especially when there are no clear equivalents, when you have to come up with those equivalents, when there is some creative approach there. So what do we do with that? My recipe, in brief, is the following. Read good literature in the language of translation. Not Facebook posts, not somebody's blogs, but actually good old literature. Simply to know the word, to expand your vocabulary, to understand how you can say the same thing in different ways. That's a very long way, I agree, but this is the most correct one. There are also great authors who write about the language. Nora Gal, Maxim Ilyachov, and there are also other options. What you should read, it's not going to be fiction, but actually applied literature. But you also shouldn't write something word for word. Don't be afraid to use translation of transformations. I think that not everybody graduated from translation departments, and that is okay. But as I studied in translation, they told us the transformations are there. You can write it an antonym, you can do the omission, you can add something, and that is nothing to be scared of. And I see that those who didn't get this knowledge, they're kind of scared because it's not written like that in the source. Because we have to remember, we have another client, except the customer, and that is the reader. And they do not expect cool word-for-word translation and text. I mean, he is not interested in that. He wants to have it all clear, convenient, and so that their eyes go smoothly, and so that they don't see original English behind Russian translation or Ukrainian translation. Probably the main advice here is not to be afraid of writing it in a normal way. How we could just say it in normal conversation. so that we change places, add something, take away these functions, these articles, which we don't have. And that's actually about the style, about the way we use the language. Also, another thing about the language is how do you write correctly. Here again, I think people in school should have learned it, but we see that it doesn't work. And we have to work on that. And again, it's reading, and not just reading for entertainment. It's paying attention to the commas, to the syntactic constructs, how it all works. And if you don't have a linguistic education, if it's been a while since you went to school, you just have to sit down and deal with it. There are some official rules. I mean, for Russian, it's easy. There is Gramota, there is Rosenthal, and there are lots of websites to check. As for Ukrainian, it's more complicated. There are several cool sources on Ukrainian language. You have to dig more. But here we worked a bit for you, and in our Telegram channel, in Correctarium, we tell about some complicated issues in Ukrainian. There is a great amount of advice there. You can use it. And also, how do you become better at orthography, spelling, and punctuation? I have the following rule. If in the text that you have written, you have to be sure about each word and each sign. And you have to say, this is this, this is that, here is the rule, I know it, and there it is. For example, if, like, you know for sure that comma is not needed here because this is a complex sentence with two subordinate clauses, they have a common main word, and there is this conjunction, that's why we don't put a comma. If you are sure, you don't have to recheck it. If you are not sure, you have to Google it. If you don't really know well those very fine specifics of terminology in grammar and spelling, simply take a reference book on spelling, on punctuation, and look what it consists of, what are the sections, what are the titles. You'll have to spend some time, then it's going to be easier, and then you'll understand. And actually, the amount of rules is limited, and you have already passed all them, you have checked them all, and after some time, you won't need to look for anything. And by the way, of course, there are some new rules, and about those, there are no articles like something, how do you write feedback in Russian and all that. You can find them in answers, and also some similar components you can look. And again, there is also Russian language channel Correctarium, where we also look at these complicated new words and deal with them. Okay. And when we have already dealt with all the rules and we're sure that we have written all correctly, this gives us confidence. We feel that we've done our job well, and we just send it to the client and we don't think about it anymore. And when all this is going to be like that, then we're going to have totally different problems. How do we take all the orders that are thrown on us? How do we manage to live in between all that? How spend time with your family? And how do you automate? How not to forget to raise your prices? How do you open your translation school? Why not? So that's the road that we take. By the way, how do you take just as many orders as you need to fill your time evenly, so that you don't sit without jobs, but then you also don't disrupt deadlines? And you can also have time for yourself and actually have this work-life balance. So here I'm going to pitch my startup. We decided that we can help freelancers to give answers to all these questions that you see. And we are making an app for that. It's called Unpile. Unpile.me. So that's a time planner for freelancers, not just translators, which helps them to make a plan for the day, for the week, for their life, and take as many orders that they need to manage to all of them, and also to share this calendar with the clients, so that when you see that you're fully loaded, so they don't distract you with their calls and messages like, can you take this or can you take that? So we are developing the very first version, version 0.1, because it's going to be a very, very small prototype, and we need people who have this pain with planning, with time organization for testing this thing, for testing this model. That is why, if you have such need, I'll be very thankful if you put your smartphone camera. There's going to be a small subscription form where you'll be able to leave your address. As soon as we have 101 version, it's going to be like this. But it's going to work anyway. So if you're interested, I'll be very happy if you help us test it. And another request. If we have 10 minutes to talk about planning and all that, I'll be happy to talk about that. And I have small souvenirs from Correctarium. We don't have any merchandise for Unpile because just 2 weeks. These are microfiber racks for glasses. You can also, I hope that you disinfect your phone and then you can use the rack for that. So, in general, that's it from myself. Thanks for coming, and I hope that I have inspired you a little bit for something good and for enjoying your work. That's the most important thing, I think. Otherwise, I mean, why should we live like that? And I hope that the new translators will see the video record and they will understand in which direction to move. And now probably have the time for questions, answers, riddles.
Thank you, Valentina. Any questions? Kirill Fedotov in Text Company. Valentina, today I've just known about, for the first time, about your TM channels and about your subscribers. And I would like to know, do you have any strategic vision for the development of these TM channels? As I understand, there is a high volume of knowledge in those channels. Are you planning to transform this pile of knowledge into any website? And this website would be an alternative for Gramota.ru or Rosenthal, as in Russia, maybe, or you plan to transform it in any books and guidelines with engagement of some specialists. Do you have any thoughts about it? Or you're just working with these channels and you don't know what to do? So, first of all, in these channels, we publish some advices, complex issues and problems with punctuation and grammar, and we are doing this, first of all, with the purpose of sharing with editors and translators about some problems, some difficult issues, and they don't know about them because they are published in some books. We buy these books, we are processing these books, and we are just sharing it in our channel. For example, the Ukrainian language rules are still not online. You could buy only a book, and we are our purpose is to share this information. So to transform it in any online website or a book, it's cool, but it's a non-profit case, not useful for society. We don't have any funds for it, and this is somehow a dream. And all my friends that are not Ukrainian speakers ask me to transform it and make an alternative to Gramota.ru, but in Ukrainian. That's good, I say, but we need an editor, and for 3 years we will do such a website. For now, we are not only a small company, we are a micro company, and we have only resources for chief editor for Ukrainian language to have 1 or 2 posts per week, and conducting research for many, many hours. As soon as we grow enough, we will do it, of course, because we really love this project. But as of today, we have these channels, there is a search engine and some hashtags, so you could use it. If you have any excessive investments and you plan to invest them into development of the Ukrainian language, I would be happy to have them. Any additional questions? Maxim Hami in text. Thank you very much for your presentation, Valentina. And I understand correctly that this new startup will cover synchronization with different calendars, with different uploading monitoring systems such as tickets. So it means that everything could be aligned on the same platform, and at the same time you could just somehow correlate it with Google Calendar and download it. Yes, at the beginning we plan this correlation with Google Calendar because many people use it. Some appointments, assignments, some calls that should be done. But at the next steps, we plan to integrate with the tools dedicated to the team management. Maybe developers know about Tina, Shara, and so on, so on. So if also it will be cost effective, we would integrate with some providers of the management tools for translation companies, language service providers. And it could be also that a translator works with different clients. Clients use different project management tools. Everything is being synchronized, correlated and aligned, and the translator or freelancer understands what is the schedule, what is the working load, so on, so on. But of course, that was the nearest time. Any questions left? Thank you, Valentina. Now we have a little of time till the next presentation. If you would like to engage with Valentina, please, you have this chance. We invite you to join us. We have a last presentation in the Art of Translation track. Our presenter is Václav Yornov, a freelance translator from English into Ukrainian and Russian, certified ATA member for translation from English into Ukrainian, works with such spheres as agricultural machinery, all sorts of IT, a variety of industrial equipment, as well as digital imaging products and accessories. We have had already him with presentation dedicated to the software that enhances cooperation between an editor and translator, and now we will listen about means and tools how to speed up the process of translation and localization in parallel into Ukrainian and Russian. Václav, the floor is yours. Hi to everyone. So I've started this track, and it seems that I will be the last one in this track again. So I'm welcoming all of our online participants, and let's start. So very often I have such assignments when I should translate from English into Ukrainian and Russian. And by this means, I have been saving time on a regular basis for 5 years. So in general, I save 1/3 of the working time per each assignment. As usual, as always, I have a disclaimer. Everything that I'm going to tell you, I prove to be efficient in translation from English into Ukrainian and Russian. Of course, there were some different cases, and sometimes when I asked, my clients sent me parallel texts of some corporate messages from Polish or Czech languages, if they were ready already. So they were useful for me. But on the daily basis, I didn't use such text. For all these tricks, of course, you should use CAT tools, because it's convenient, and without them, you can't do this magic. Of course, for additional CAT tools, you could fine-tune some additional tools, but I will tell you about it a little bit later. And in order to speed up your work, you should receive an approval from your client, because conditions of work could be different, conditions of your cooperation could be different, and there could be different cases. So it's always better to receive an approval in the beginning than to be penalized in the end. So some clients have stereotypes about using Google Translate and so on. And even using different machine tools, you should always take care and pay your attention to your work, to all the processes, because all these gotchas, all the snags could be defined and could be found not only in the manual translation, but even in the machine translation. And especially because some constructions, some phrases are just prone to be used in different languages, from one language parent to another, some like polysemantic words and so on and so on. And the main thing in this is to have breaks. Because a break helps you to reload your brain from one language to another. And for me, an ideal break is to have a 1-hour nap after the lunch. And so prior to lunch, I translate into Ukrainian, and after lunch I could do the same translation but into Russian, and by means of this nap I mean that I have a clear difference, and I will not be surprised by some silly mistakes. Why I'm going to tell all of this? So in the beginning it was a word from the client. Could you please handle Russian translation of the brochure as well? Yes, of course I could. So I started to think that 30-page guideline, how to translate it manually, I didn't want to do it actually. So this case happened many years ago, but that was the real start of this parallel translation. Next slides will be dedicated to MemoQ. This is the second top-ranked product after Trados. I think MemoQ have the similar features and characteristics, but I'm actually used to work in MemoQ. That's why I just try to do everything on it. So let's use MemoQ as an example. We have two languages as an example, but you know, we could just do in one language per translation manually, as it said, conventionally, conservatively. So you create a separate project for this client, you do from English into Ukrainian, and this should be, you correct all grammatical mistakes, you just check all punctuation, everything that should be on the appropriate level of quality. Everything, it seems to be a quality translation, but that's not a final version. So, and then I will explain why and how. And the file, the source file that we received from the client, you could, if it's Exclif, it's easy. But if you have a Word file or any other type of document, we just add this document to another project from English to Russian in MemoQ, because if in MemoQ they will not be just crossed. But if you use Studio, both languages will be in the same project, and there will be such a tricky point how to find what you need. What is the next step? So again, we translate into Russian language, but such figures, addresses, such things you could translate manually. But everything else in MemoQ, you have such a function to create a view. So it means a view of your guideline, your leaflet, text. So there should something could be some repetitive words or empty segments. It's very useful to create such view. So you could look on the slide on this old interface. So this is very useful when, for example, you translate something into Russian and there's a range of some works and you have some fuzzy image and you received some already partial translated files. So you store, you just download this view in the simple table in RTF format, and it's a very useful function. You could edit this file on any gadget, even on phone, and if you just are cautious, you just could add this file letter to your MemoQ. I've already told you about these functions during previous presentation, and this two-language table, you could open it, and so this table looks like this. Of course, there's no Russian translation. So there's no magic. It can't be there. And if you work with Word or in any phone application, all that colored in gray, you should not touch it. You should not even copy-paste it, because then there would be no magic and you can't do it. I don't know how it works internally, but you should not touch it. And then again, this table you could import back to the Ukrainian project. In MemoQ, finally, luckily there are no artificial obstacles, so it just looks at this program looks at it like an empty file and it could be translated into Ukrainian language. So, but these guidelines, this document has been already translated into Ukrainian, so we are doing pre-translation. We just, if anything excessive, we could just take it off. I just could show to you how it could be done. There could be some problems with text if they are redundant in this file. But actually, by 1 minute process, you could just work with it and make this table. Ukrainian translation you could also download in 2 columns in RTF format. And it's very good that you can't save this file with the same name, because initially this table was with Rus, now we have Ukr, so this table will look like this. And we have now almost final version of the Ukrainian translation. You could copy it into the separate Word file. It means that we have done also preliminary work needed for the translation from Ukrainian into Russian. Depending on the volume of work, you will need from 1 to 5 minutes to cover it. So 5 minutes really you will need if there is a huge volume of work for 5-week translation period. For example, I needed 2 minutes to prepare the document for the translation of the 2,000 of words, but actually I made these photos and of course I controlled the time. And now we have a dilemma. Should we use MT for the translation into Ukrainian-Russian language pair? The best option, of course, is to ask clients. If in your cooperation conditions there is no direct and clear ban to use MT, then you could ask for the clients. If there is a ban, you are prohibited to use MT, then you could create a separate, the third project for the translation from Ukrainian to Russian, add this separate Word document and translate it from the Ukrainian intervention manually how it is. Yes, once I've done it. But actually, I've done it for my purpose, for my personal interest, because I really wanted to understand how it would be faster. And actually, even translating manually, it was faster than translating from English into Russian and looking for some tips and advices into Ukrainian translation. Then, what is the next step? If we are allowed to use Google Translation, now in the Google Translation we could add a document, but this document should not have more than 5,000 of characters. You could, if your document is more than 5,000 characters, you could divide it into different documents and then upload it one by one. But usually, what my assignments usually are just usually fit into this 5,000 high level. Then we have this document again. We have the translation into Russian, and we could copy-paste it, this Russian translation from Ukrainian-Russian language pair into English-Russian language pair, add this table to the memo queue, and very carefully check all the things. And here is a very good example, very clear example. For example, seat placement is seminar. But in Russian and Ukrainian, that's different. In Russian, it's absolutely incorrect translation due to the Google knowledge of this word. So you should check all the details and correct some such silly snacks. And when you add this table to the memo queue, and you have already done this preliminary editing, post-editing, then you could do an additional post-editing step, and you just collect all these columns in the one file. You make this 2-column RTF file. Afterwards, you should make a one big table with 3 columns altogether. First of all, it's very convenient, and actually you should do it after a break, that break that I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation. First of all, visually it will be easier because you will look at everything all together. It will be near each other, and in parallel you could work with Russian and Ukrainian translation if it's needed. Because, for example, if you look at the Ukrainian translation and this final version and you find some barely noticeable mistake, and then backwards, step by step, you could import these columns by means of this RTF format into the MemoQ projects. And again, about some working indicators, about timing. For the translation into Ukrainian language, so actually, I have had already Ukrainian translation, and I translated it into Russian using Google. For this file, with the amount of 2,000 words, and in parallel I made some photos for this presentation, I needed 90 minutes. Why from the Ukrainian into Russian? Because there are many text corpuses in Russian language that are being used for the MT. So, and actually, as a result, when we translate using MT from the Ukrainian into Russian, then, as a result, almost all the text, 5-6 parts of the text will be almost ready. But in reverse mode, there is always no such epic rain. One of my colleagues said that my clients want to translate this text into Ukrainian. I have done this translation into Russian. Would you like to participate and translate it into Ukrainian? I agreed. So my colleague sent me the source text in English, Russian texts, and I wanted to apply this method. But unfortunately, nothing happened like this. I really needed to dig into the topic, to translate and to keep attention and to discover these barely unnoticeable mistakes. So I was lucky that I really defined these easy-to-miss mistakes prior to deadline. Of course, there could be different cases. Why? How you could use this method if you are the representative of LSPs? The main thing is to use such multilingual, multi-column tables. If your company localizes any document using many languages, you could create such a Google document. First of all, it gives an option for many editors, and in Studio, actually, this function exists into export of the Word file, but it's not so convenient. You could just create such tables. You could create such a Google document with English, Russian, Polish, or any other languages that you need, and then several editors could work on this Google document, and then each of the editors just uses and uploads the necessary working language pair, and each of the editors just approves or not approves necessary changes and amendments. But the best option is to look at the parallel translations, because sometimes you could look and see that parallel translation in another language pair could be even better than yours, and you could use it also. Sometimes there could be a translation into 10 languages, but it's of course we speak about different series. But if you are interested, if you have some cases, you could use it. And actually, so this is a step-by-step process. And it could be useful for any translator working partially for with Ukrainian language. If you have any questions, if anything, just you're welcome.
Thanks, Václav, for sharing your experience with us. Maybe somebody has questions. Václav, thanks. That's very sophisticated, but I have a question. Don't you think that this looks like some kind that this is something very indirect instead of a direct way to do it? Well, honestly, this is an approach which allows to save at least a third of the time, of my working time. And it justifies itself because actually, translation from Ukrainian to Russian. In Ukrainian, the biggest stylistic things is like I change shop into dla and just translate according to Russian syntax. But the most important thing is that the same idea would not be accidentally translated into languages differently. This is how we manage to preserve unity. And in addition, that's a lifeline. Sometimes I correct Ukrainian language, sometimes I do, because you just look at it at a somewhat different angle. And something that I wouldn't have seen, I can see it immediately next to Russian, and there is better quality in both languages. Well, actually, with the second point, it's all clear. You just do the second version. That's why I'm asking. Well, actually, this experience is not unique. I can frequently see it where the languages are close. For example, we have a supplier of Czech and Slovak. So he translates to one and takes half price for the second one because they can easily. Well, Serbian, Croatian as well, yes. So from Ukraine to Russian or vice versa, if you edit machine translation minimally, your productivity rate would be 10 times more. So you just do one translation and then you use engines and then you do the corrections. That's why I'm asking. Why do you need such a complicated way that you have just described? Well, first of all, I work on the whole text at once. Then, secondly, this regular Google Translate in comparison with machine translation engines, for some reason, it has somewhat different results. Sometimes they are even more acceptable. Because I am also interested in all that. And there is a difference, you know. They have to be trained. But even if you do it manually from Ukrainian to Russian, and in parallel you also have the same with the same table, sometimes, yes, it works like that. And in time, it is faster than if you do it direction. And then you just compare. Maybe I have went somewhere to the side in my thoughts or something. Are there more questions to Václav? Yes, Valentina Kozlova-Kartareva. I wanted to ask you, have you tried to use MateCat instead of Google for translation from Russian into Ukrainian? From Russian into Ukrainian? Actually, I try not to do that. I know MateCat. I know that it is the same engine that actually it's okay, but actually I wasn't looking for some additional things there. I just looked that it's almost the same, so why do I need additional complications here? I mean, why do I pass everything into translated.net? It's just that I wanted to say that we compared quality, and it seemed to us that MateCat translates into Russian from Ukrainian better. And in the settings, you can actually uncheck the box from passing the results to them. And we can actually dispute whether it works or not. But if you trust them that this checkbox really works, that means that you do not give this translation to them. And it seems to me that, yeah, that's also worth. Yeah, that's worth your attention, and it's rather quick, you know. Actually, the development for this engine was done by Edinburgh University or somebody else, and one European translator simply took the source code of those neural networks that they had, and just at home he constructed it. He's from the Netherlands. He localizes video games, and in his blog there are these posts like why neural anti-rules and why machine translation sucks and why DeepL sucks. There are very detailed examples there, and actually you can even do it so that it works offline, so that your machine, so it is just on your on-premises machine, and it's not going to cost too much money. Okay, thank you. Are there more questions? No more questions then. Well, thank you, Václav. Okay, now I'm going to take off my cap as the presenter, and as a moderator I have to announce that the Art of Translation track is fortunately or unfortunately over. See you at the following UT camps, but there's going to be business track over here, and on the terrace we'll continue Forest Mix, so don't go too far away. Now there's going to be a coffee break pretty soon, actually a watermelon break, and then we'll continue.
So, an ethical thing before speaking publicly is this articulation exercises. And usually I do it somewhere in the corner, somewhere far away, but actually I can do it publicly. Let's do it together. So there are tongue twisters which we use for the improvement of speech, and let us exercise. Terminator does not need a thermometer. So we can repeat the same one, or I can suggest another one. Rice prices are rising, and it is frustrating. You can repeat it one more time for the better effect. Rice prices are rising, and it is frustrating. So I hope I pronounced it correctly, because the very purpose of this exercise is for me to exercise.
Невелик бицепс у эксгибициониста. Быстрее. Невелик бицепс у эксгибициониста. Еще быстрее.
Please do it faster.
У меня не закончится скоро, я не думаю, что... А потом будет неловкая пауза, прежде чем меня представят. Ладно.
Okay.
Линии нельзя линии.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck would chuck wood?
А еще разок.
And one more time. It's quite simple. She sells seashells by the seashore. Maybe you know this one, yeah? So I don't remember anymore, but this is usually enough for me before any speech. I didn't train with the one you are suggesting.
Бомбардирование, правильно будет. Бомбардирование, это не вы бомбардировали. Получилось или
Как же в четверг 4 числа?
Окей. Хорошо.
I wish to wash my Irish wristwatch.
Shortly about the content delivery and the content delivery. We all know that the traditional ways of the content delivery, like emails, different sources, Dropbox, like the stuff like that. And despite of this variety, there is still no clear workflow, like too many sources, huge amount of content, and tighter deadlines. With respect to that, we are trying to build a streamlined approach, and like continuous delivery is one of it. So here on this slide, you see this wheel, yeah, right on the right side of the slide. So there's a wheel with this, I don't like with the bricks of the usual workflow, yeah. So connectivity, management, payments, etc. So this is actually illustrating the basic needs that we are trying to close. I mean, the SmartCat is the goal of SmartCat is to close all your needs here. So we are getting back to this the connected translation and all-in-one platform, so that we are streamlining the process. We're ensuring the connectivity of different content sources. We're supporting most of the languages, and we're providing you with transparency and actually offering you flexible and cost-effective solutions. So here, closing your needs with this connectivity thing, with the management, like monitoring it, and fully transparency with it, not only with the translators, but with the customers as well. And we will have a look at the portal a little bit later during this presentation. and you will see how it actually works like in reality. So what we understand as a traditional, what does an all-in-one solution really mean? Here I want to, again, to pay your attention to the standard ways, to the traditional ways. So basically what we have different CAT tools, CAT environment where the actual translators are working, right? So this is the one project. And I don't want to name all the CAT tools, I'm pretty sure you all know it. Here is the one project, right? And you also have a special environment for project management. And here, like project management environment systems, which help us to manage the translation. And so what do we actually have? We have two different systems. And of course, it costs, I mean, like, it really costs a lot of stress, not maybe lots of, but still it's kind of a pain in the ass to control everything, right? So we have several systems working together, and we need to ensure that everything is working good, smooth, that implementation is done properly, and like everything that we have to deal with is like working good, actually, right? But here, as what we think as all-in-one solution, and we believe that this is the process that you, this is the process created from A to Z. I mean, it's an easy way to work with incoming requests, with the help of the client portal. You can immediately see this request in your account at SmartCat, your personal account here. Then again, in the same platform, you source the translators from Marketplace. After they fulfill their job, then you need to pay them. And here's also SmartCat for you to help you with all these steps. So this is the process really built in one platform that could help you to manage all the tasks you have. And this is, of course, like not really a stressful thing, right? So here, what we think about the all-in-one solution and what we really understand for it. I mean, like for all-in-one solution for us. On the next slide, this is my favorite one. So this is actually the stress map, I would call it like that. So the daily process for project management, it's like the customer request, then calculation of a quote, project preparation, which usually takes some time. I mean, like the different customers, different requests, so it could be really, like, it really differs from one to one, so yeah, no doubt. Then choosing linguists, if you fully packed, then you need to find another one, with another rates and other stuff, and the tracking progress. Here you can should be always like, I mean, always on time, checking everything and other stuff. So quality assurance, main part of it, to check all the cases that you had, and the files post-processing, preparation for the delivery, that's also on your shoulders, and then delivery and calculation of payments. So all the steps, and later during the presentation, I will show you how SmartCat offers you to deal with that actually. And we will start from the very beginning and from the first step with the customer request. All right, and here you can see 3 columns with the email representing the traditional way of requesting the translation, right? Client portal. This is the new solution that we offer at SmartCat, and connectors, which is also could be done with the help of SmartCat. So starting with the emails, right? So traditional way, we all know it, we all use it. Customers send thousands of emails, so then you negotiating the price, probably negotiating some details about the translation. but you can have this email. Yeah, so it usually takes lots of time. Yeah, especially when there are many emails, when the project creation is manual. Yeah, so and it requires manual status and updates. So here with SmartCat, we offer you to minimize your assets, if I can say like that. So using the client portal, you can definitely save your time, save time with the customer, and you actually build for them a special way. So you can teach them how to work. I mean, like to work with this new model with the fully automated project creation. Yeah, so you're helping them, and they are helping you actually to make this process more automated. Yeah, with automated quotation, with and it actually fastens the process. So we will check the client portal a little bit later. Also, I would like to tell you about the connectors. Yeah, don't forget about the connectors. So this is actually the reality for someone and the future at the same time. Yeah, so some people, they are not really into connectors right now, but we truly believe that it's the future. So, and here we have, like with the client portal, we still have some manual parts involving the project manager and the client. But I know that in my practice, I also have customers that are not ready to deal with this manual process, and they want everything to be automated 100%. So here the connectors comes, and I'm pretty sure you all know the connectors that now are popular. We're supporting most of them. If you need to check the actual connector, then you can check it always at smartcat.ai, our website. The full information is there. And so here, yeah, getting back to connectors, full automated process. So we could get up to close like integration with the customer systems. It also allows us to use the continuous integration, continuous delivery. So here is I think it's the next step, like after the client portal, this is the next step, the connectors. Right now let's check our client portal. Here is the demo time. So here we see the standard demo portal. It is not customized actually. So it is the standard view with our colors. Yeah, but I would like to pay your attention here that it is fully customizable. So you can change the colors, you can change logo, you can change the brand colors, brand name for sure. You are able to manage the list of services here. Yeah, so we are now on the step 1, and here you can see like the huge list. It's not necessarily it should look like that, so you can always edit it at and it could look in a different way. But here is the just to for your understanding that is the variety of the services that you can put here. So no limits at all. So the process is the following. So I'm the customer, and from the customer perspective, this is the view, the main page. So here I should select a service. So I would choose an urgent translation, for instance, here. Yeah, so on the first step, and then. Yeah, by the way, so important thing is here. So you can see that some services without the rate, and that's also possible. So if the customer is not registered at the new one, that's not necessary all the time. Yeah, here would be the rate. So there could be nothing here, and then you can contact the new customer, for example. Yeah, so if it's the page goes directly from your website and then goes to the portal. For the new customer, it could be like without the rate at all. Yeah, so you can then contact the customer and like check what's the real project about, but still the automated process and the ideal scenario is like that, is working like that. So here you can put the subject as well and the deadline if needed. Then on the next step, you choose the languages, English, for example, and Spanish. You can add another language. You can edit it, like during the creation of the project, you can always edit it, and then you can upload the content. Here you have several variants to choose, several steps to go. So you can type it manually, you can add files, so even Google Drive is also available here. So here you can also put some comments and instructions if needed, if requested, yeah. So here we go with hello YouTube. Save. And then you can easily just click on the button with get an estimation. Before doing it, you can always check your order, right? Yeah, so here we have origin translation from English to Spanish, the cost, and our file, yeah. And let's see what's gonna happen. Yeah, thanks for your request, good. So you can always go to your orders or create a new order, whatever you would like to choose. So it's a customer request, right? Yeah, so here was the first acquaintance with the portal actually. So again, what good it could be for the project manager, right? So here you can see this automated process with no emails at all, with the automated creation of the project here in your SmartCat account. So I think this is the pretty much like the ideal scenario for automated way of receiving requests from the customers. Okay, great. So let's move on. And here is the calculation of a quote. Here on the slide, you see that also two ways of acting. So here is the classic TMS. Yeah, we know that the classic TMS also has very flexible terms of services, pricing, etc. So you can customize the quotes, etc. So the full pack actually. But still, there are some minuses. It requires duplicating project order creation. So again, it brings us to the topic that that I've already told you about, that two different systems, and you need to manage all of them. Yeah, and that also not very time efficient. Also, it requires manual statistics calculation, long time to providing the quote because it's manually. So then fully manually, I mean, like with SmartCat, like in our all-in-one platform, what we offer to you, I will show you later on the demo, but here, like for sure, it's no duplication of stuff. Yeah, we can also provide you with custom quote templates. It doesn't matter how many customers you have. For everyone, we'll find a way to customize the quote. It could be changed in any way you need, with colors, with logo, of course, and like everything that you need to be in this template, it would be, no worries. This quote's actually connected with portal and connectors, and later we'll check this as well. Quote calculation can be automated, and we can calculate quotation for website by dropping URL. So let's check it on the demo time here. Okay, So here is our standard view of account, yeah. And here, what I want to show you is the quotes. We prepared this project beforehand. So here in the project, when you add the particular project you want to create a quote for the customer, here next to the files you can see the quotes. What you should do before creating a quote, this is important. Yeah, actually, the ideal scenario here is that you will have a prepared list of clients that are already put it in the system here at SmartCat and contact person for sure. And let's create a quote. So here we can choose the client that we already have in our base here. Yeah, so we can choose between different customers here as we wish actually. So I will select one, customer number one, client one. Contact person is optional, but if you have it, that's great. Email address, also optional. Approval of the quote. Yeah, if you need it, then just select the date for the deadline. If not, then that's not a problem. Also, you can choose the currency. Here you can see the currencies that are available for this particular customer and project. And then we can move on to the next step. So create a calculation, yeah? So you can generate it in SmartCat, or you can add a training the calculation. So we will generate it in SmartCat, and let's see what we have. So here we can, now we're doing it manually, yeah, but I want to pay your attention here that it could be also automatically done from the portal. So here is the services that we choose, yeah. Basic, the language. Here we can choose the unit type here, so characters, words, pages, hours, ideally, minutes, documents, unit count if we need, and rate, yeah. So here, this is also important thing here I want to show you. So here is the statistics, and we could also insert it in the quote. It depends on you whether you want it to or not. You can insert it, and here we have the statistics, which could be helpful, probably not for the customers, but some customers require it, for project manager for sure. So here we have the cost of work, the total amount, and what we can do, we can save it. And then, like, you can add a new service. Yeah, you can create it in any way you need, actually. Then we're going next, and you can see that here is the, you can also mark that the cost is approved and project is paid. It depends on you. It's also kind of a TMS functionality here on the platform, but it depends on you. Yeah, so cost is approved and saved. So we can download the PDF file. Yeah, and here we go. We see this is the standard way of the quote, but again, I want to highlight it for you that we can customize it, so it's fully customizable. Not necessarily looking like that, just with the simple services. Yeah, no statistics information. Yeah, here total. Here you can also on the next page you see this contact us information. Okay, right. So let's move on. I think it's that's all for the quotes here. We're again going to the presentation. Trivial project. Okay, just sorry for the mess here. So the next thing I want to tell you about is the project preparation, actually. Yeah, so again, classic TMS. Yeah, it's very flexible in terms of file storage and workflow steps, but it still requires like the separate configuration for TMS or the SimCAD project, right? With all-in-one platform with SmartCAD. So what we're usually talking about here with the project preparation. I want to pay your attention to no double work here, right? So again, it's one platform for everything. So nothing should be like an Excel file or in your TMS or moving from TMS to CRM and other stuff. Also, this is the automatic link for translation memory for all your linguistic assets during the process of creating the project. Yeah, so if you select a particular customer and you prepared for him TM, then it's going to be just right where you put it in SmartCAD, and when you check the particular customer, all the TMs that are relevant to the project, with like it also correlates with the language pair as well. So everything would be in this project added automatically. Also, the part with machine translation tool, yeah. So while you're creating the project, prepare the project to start. Here you can also add the machine translation to the whole process as a pre-translation thing. Yeah, I think this is pretty clear. I think you read everything, and it's better for me to show you how it really works. So I suggest we create a new project right now. So here you can upload the document right here, or you can add it later. Or you can just skip this process, but we will select a file here. Yeah, good. So yeah, before starting the creation of the project, you can prepare the documents here. Here you can add as many documents as you wish, like with no limits. You can also add translation memories if you have a new one. Not uploaded beforehand to SmartCAD. And also here is a link for references files. Here you can add a video or like any type of files you prefer for references. So the next step, settings. Okay, good. So project name, you can select client number uno. You select the languages, and yeah. So the first thing about it is the machine translation. Yeah. So here we have a number of machine engines that you can select. This is actually really great because you can choose between different engines. You can put in one engine several languages. Yeah, that's you can select the languages as you wish, or you can always choose the recommendations of our localization engineers if you need it. This is actually great. We have also one free engine mentioned here. So yeah, you can easily just move the language from one engine to another, adding several languages to engine, etc. So yes, easy to go. Let's go. In here also with the advanced settings, as we discussed, and you can see on the slide. And here is the interesting moment. Again, want to highlight here. So we choose the client, yeah, the client number uno. And together with this client, we have this translation memory, which automatically like comes into view here. Isn't it great? So the same thing could be with the glossaries. If you add glossaries to the particular customer, then here we can find the glossaries and use it during the translation. And the next thing is quality assurance. We will check this step a little bit later in details, probably, yeah, if we have time. But here, yeah, we can. It's also the pre-translation part, which like when you find the best ways of creating this, the quality assurance for your project or for the customers, it will be very easy for you to choose between several options. Okay, and then we go next, and here is the workflow stages. Here we have different ways of working with a particular project. You can add different stages here. Now we have several new stages, so it's authorization, certified translation, localization, etc. Here also the pattern was the pre-translation thing here. So here we can choose what we can do with the translation memories, with the machine translation here, confirm segments or not. We can add a rule with the translation memories and select everything for the translation memory. And finally, after all this process, we just finish it, and here we go. Saving the same project, you can add multiple files here. So if you created the project and set up everything right, then when you add other documents, so it will be pre-set up for you, and it will also, ease the process, and it will save time for sure. Okay, so let's get back to presentation again. So my slides. Choosing linguists, right? So many of you know, I'm pretty sure, that we are working with, we're working on our marketplace. So we've been working for a long time, and now we are trying to make it better and better. And with the process of choosing linguists, I know that I don't want to name all these problems again. I mean, but here I want to pay your attention actually to a few points mentioned here. So first of all, it's about vendor management assistance. Probably you know that we have special team in SmartCat, vendor management team. Great people who are helping and working for you 24/7 to help you with finding the best linguists for your rates, for the topics, and we actually, this team could help you at any time. I mean, like, that's not necessary. It could be an urgent project, and you need to find freelancers. Of course, you can do it on marketplace, but with vendor management assistance, it could be way more easier. That's for sure. Vendor management team could also help you with the rare language pairs. We know that you all have like different sources, but here with the vendor management team, it's always great when you can ask somebody for help. It's not always like it's not necessary when you have time or for a long search. But here, if you have a dedicated person who could help you with it, why don't you use it? So this is my, speech for you here. Please use VM assistance. You can try it. You can even try it with the test. So you can prepare a test beforehand and use it, and you can provide it to the vendor management team, and they will use it for you, right? And you can always use the test by yourself. You also have like an option for you to find freelancers by yourself, but still, like, this is the great opportunity to you can even share the experience. Yeah, I think that's very interesting part that probably not very often mentioned by my colleagues. But please use vendor management help. Yeah. So yeah, let me show you again short demo with the linguist. What we have. So here we go to the team part here. So my team. Many of you know, if you use SmartCat One, so you know that you can create your team by adding your translators here, and you can also find your freelancers on the marketplace. But actually, I would like you to show it in a different way, how we can go from the project to marketplace directly. So if I go to the created project here, and I would like to assign the freelancers, all right? So here also, let's select the date here, and then add people here. So the great thing about this step, yeah, so you can select from your team, yeah, so there would be freelancers and companies here as well, so also different kind of suppliers here. So you can choose between the suppliers, or you can choose the translators in your team. There would be Ivan also here. Yeah, so you can choose different translators and then divide the project into several parts between different translators. And also what you can also do, you can invite to your team people from Marketplace. Oh, no, not now. We should choose the find freelancer button, and here is the magic. If we go from project directly to marketplace, find a freelancer. Here you can see that the filters are already, like, everything is set up for you here. So this and the source languages, the target languages, so all the information provided in the project are shown here. This is great, isn't it? And here, all our freelancers, actually this is a standard view, and I'm pretty sure that most of you already know everything about it. So here, very easy to understand, easy, friendly way of understanding how the freelancers works, is he active or not. Here, yes, so we can check his rates here, we can check how active he is on the platform actually, yeah, and even see the status when he last in. Yeah, so if we go to his page here at SmartCat, so yeah, you can check everything in details, right? So the reviews also available, personal details, contacts, education, etc., work experience, etc. So you can add this freelancer to your team in order to be able to work with him later. You can also leave some comments. Yeah, yeah. So it's a demo notes. This guy made it here. Careful with them. Yeah, we're just kidding for sure. Yeah, you can also you can also switch from personal details contacts like that. Yeah, so you don't need to necessarily scroll work experience and portfolio. So you can add these freelancers to your team here. Yeah, and then assign him to the project. So again, this is let's get back to the presentation. So about the progress, tracking the progress. Here, that's what we actually offering you to track real tracking progress. We'll see it in our account. I will show you how easily you can check it just from the one look at the screen with the percentage for sure. Yeah, so, and here I also want to pay your attention to the transparency of communicating between freelancers, project managers, between several people who are working on one project. Yeah, so again, let's go to the projects here. Yeah, so first of all, yeah, quickly show you the chat. So you have live chat with all your freelancers here. Important thing here that you can work, that people usually accept working with you through the chat. This is also important thing here. And you can communicate with freelancers, right? We'll close the chat and we'll go to the project. And here, what I want you to see, let's check the editor, the standard view of the editor here. And here, actually, I would like to tell you about the comments that you can leave. Yeah, when several people are working on the one project, they need to be on the same page. Yeah, translators, proofreaders, different translators from different languages, some notes from the project manager. So you can always leave a comment here. Yeah, for the segment. Attention, yes, attention. Okay. Yeah, I would send it, and here you can see it. Yeah, always. I think it's kind of visible for everybody who is involved in the project. So you can. It's not only working into the segments, but it will work among all the documents that you have here. Very fast moving on with the tracking the progress, quality assurance. The real QA check here. Several demos ago, I showed you the QA checks very fast, but yeah, so I guess we have some time limits here, so I want to show you more about the portal and about the payment part. But here you can always check the QA things here, real-time QA check, check the segments, always track it. So this is also about the tracking the progress of the particular project. Also, some words about the files post-processing, preparation for the delivery. Here we also have this variety of methods. So yeah, again, the traditional method with the emails, so you can download the files and send it to the client, and traditional method of delivery. Here with the client portal, what we offer with that, files can be downloaded easily, organized method of file and project retrieval. Also, this is the main part for project management also. This is the minimizing manual steps of downloading and sending it, right? And tracking the activity. And for those who are interested in connectors, yeah, so it's also the complete automated workflow, which actually doesn't need lots of your attention here. Yeah, so that this is no need for actual preparation. This is mostly on the shoulders of the engineers here. Yeah, so how smooth they will set up the process. Yeah, they will build the integration. And after that, if everything is going well, then it takes you even less time. Okay, so again, with the delivery, yeah, so a few words about the delivery that will actually, I would like us to get back to the client portal again. Yeah, and I will show you how again, from the client perspective, how easy it could be. So actually, this is the account of the customer of the particular client. So as a client, you can check the orders here. Yeah, and this is really great because like everything is very visible. Here you can see that you can approve the status of the quote here, right? You can see the project that's been done, and you can download it. You can download the source files, you can download target files, anything you need. So here you can track the progress. Again, this is very, I think it's very easy to use for the customer. And here you can track everything. Not only the project manager could track, but the customer as well. And the payments here. So you can also check the quotes. You can create invoice, additional invoice, and you can actually pay online here, right? Pay now, choosing to pay now, fill in this form, choosing the currency, and then create an invoice. Yeah, we'll try to create it. No, it's okay, but please, you can create it with a real legal entity or real tax number, and create the invoice. So everything could be done from the portal. Talking about the delivery, delivery of the files and other stuff here. So what I also want to tell you about is, of course, the calculation of payments. In SmartCut, we, again, getting back to all-in-one platform. Here we have you can actually work only in SmartCut and also provide payment to your translators. Yeah, so it's actually very easy, very easy to do. Simplified process. You can create just one invoice for everybody, and just let's do it. We'll show you how to do it, and then you are more than welcome with your questions. So with going to the payments here. So the first thing I want to highlight here, then you can select different translators from different projects, from different time, with different currencies, right? So here you have an opportunity to choose. So for example, I want to pay those people six jobs here, and I can create an invoice. Actually, I can select all the jobs available here and create just one invoice. Here also important part that we have the currency. You can choose among the currencies that we offer, or you can choose the in suppliers currency. You create just one invoice here, and then you go to invoice, and you can pay it directly from your account. With the payments, you can select different ways here. Yeah, like before paying, you can always check is everything all right or not. If not, then you can just delete this invoice and create another one. And pay, you have different ways of payment here with the express processing and standard processing. So after the payment, you will see the status here. Yeah, again about the tracking the process. You can see and check the statuses here. So if it's paid, it could be pending. Yeah, if we're still sending money to the freelancer. For the freelancer and for the translator, it's way too easy to receive money with SmartCut. So they have different options to choose. It could be PayPal. They could receive it on credit card, whatever they choose. So different methods, different methods. So if you need more information about it, you could always find it on the website, or just call us and we'll tell you what to do. Yeah, so I think that's it for the presentation here. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would be glad to answer the questions.
Hello. Actually, we have only one question from online. So this is a comment And a question. Thank you for taking into account all PM's pains and struggles. As about 5 years ago, we needed to do more work and our job was much more stressful. So the question is classic. If we have really less work to do, can it happen in future that our work will not be needed anymore? It's like
Sure
the project
not.
manager. Sure not.
Yeah, sure not. In my opinion, not. Probably my colleagues wouldn't support me in this question, but I would say that not really. The PM job is very valuable. With market, you still see that we have some steps that should be controlled by project manager. Also, the communication, for example, the LSPs who are not really interested in the sales department, for sure, yeah, so they communicate with customers with the help of project managers as well. So it's a multitasking job as usual for project managers, also to communicate with customers. And here, also, this is a live way of communication. Also, even if you're working with client portal, it's great, yeah, but if you want this customer to become your everyday customer, I mean, like, yeah, the real one. So you should go to him and communicate with him. So again, I think there's also no way we would need that the project manager. So I think yeah, we will always need to have these people in a team.
Yay! Project managers and translators will going to be alive in future. So thank you very much. As I just told you, it was the last the last speech in this hall, but I always invite SmartCat to visit our conference offline. So our invitation is still valid. We already know the dates. The dates are from July 19 to July 25th, 2021. So see you, I believe, in nearest future. Thank you for your speech, and thank you guys for being
Thank you
here.
so much.
So this is all for today in our hall, and you can just switch to the summer theater because we have a lot of interesting things to listen and to watch there.
have a very strict agenda. On the screen we have our wonderful guest from Mars. But there is a problem, we cannot see slides. Two questions that we have, and the people will answer these questions briefly, and after that we will divide them in small components. That is a life in a new reality, just a practical view, and prime cost issue, and your representation was a kind of preparation for this part when people are living not the same way they lived before. So, and I remind you one more time about time limitations, and we will have timer, and in 1 minute we will have a sound. Every participant will have just 1 minute, and after that he will stop just at the half of the phrase. And all other participants know the topic of the discussion, they know the rules. They have 1 minute just to say the most important things. So, I would like to introduce our guests. Let's start from our guest from Mars. Could you please tell us something? Hello, everyone. I'm from Task Force LSP. Can you hear me? Yes, Natalia Gorbachevska is here from Mars. And from left to the right, here there are rather significant figures of this business. Yuri Tsverkun, Kirill Fedotov from Intex, Alexander Bondarenko Translatel, Fyodor Bezrukov, director of Logos IT office in Kyiv, and I'm the director of the whole corporation Logos IT. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go straight to business because all our issues are rather acute and our speed will be significant. Please give us the slides. Great. The first one, the changes, breakdown by client services, rates, processes, work, and we will start from Natalia on every question. Leonid, I cannot see the slides. I will read it to you. It's question number 1, and you will have 1 minute. How significant was the decline in your business from March till May? What are your expectations now? Do you expect the second wave? You know, we have several businesses, and in general there was decline of a group. We have transport business, and it suffered significantly. Regarding the translations in March, April, and May, we made 85% of the plan from the expectation, 15% drop. We don't expect the second wave. We are working in the office already. I work from home because of my kids. Since June, our staff returned to the office, and we hope the second wave will not come. I'll explain the question about the second wave because the big clients will start the second wave themselves. They will start cutting the assignments or prices. Sorry, Natalia, your time is out. Let's start from Fyodor. I wouldn't say that we had a huge drop. We just had a very strange schedule because 1 week was too busy, another week was almost empty. But in general, we didn't feel some serious decline in volumes. The general number of assignments grow. We don't expect for a second wave. But we've noticed the trend. Some clients are using that using that and give us ultimatums to reduce the prices. That is the next question. We are not expecting for a second wave. Wonderful. Let's give the floor to Alexander then. We didn't feel the first wave, probably because we had big volumes in IT. In March, April, we even had a small increase. We didn't feel the first wave. That's why we kind of expect for a second wave. I cannot tell you gladly, and only one client asked for a discount. Pause the mic, please, Kirill. Regarding the declines March to May, yes, we had a very serious decline, especially in April and May, about 25%. It's about 5% decrease for a year. Based on the year result, you'll have 5 to 10%. But there are different services, you know, there is a different dynamics in them. And regarding the second wave, more serious wave, most probably no, because I think that the world is adapted to the situation.
Okay, then you are doing quite good. We even know the numbers for the entire year. Yuri, the microphone is yours. Okay, we will not disclose the numbers about the entire year, but the second wave is something we do not expect. Okay, so a brief summary. Half of you saw some small decrease, like maybe some percentage, and also 20% of the participants did not answer. Natalia simply didn't have time. So my question right now: do you are you waiting for any second wave on the part of your customers? No, we do not wait for it. The big corporations, our customers, have reacted quite quickly and decided to try to change price quickly. But still, we have contracts that have been signed long ago, and we have adapted our services from time to time. But please, Natalia, keep close to the topic. Okay, we are not waiting for the second wave. Okay, I make you speak fast because we have quite a big number of questions first, and the discussion will follow. So I do not want us to stop in the middle of those questions. Okay, so it is quite successful with the questions for now. Let's proceed with the next question. What about the price pressure on the part of your customers? What was the percentage of your customers who demanded the reduction of prices? And also, once they have requested this, have they provided any explanation and have they specified any particular orders, or they just demanded a 15% decrease without any explanation? And by the way, what were your feelings? Did you want to motivate people not to do this? Actually, this time I will give each of you 2 minutes because that's a broader question. And we will begin with Natalia. And do you want me to repeat the question? Yes, repeat the question to me, please. Okay. So the price pressure on the part of your customers, what percentage of your customers demanded such a decrease? And was there any explanation in their request to decrease the price? Were they clear about this? Were they asking this as a request or as a demand? Yeah? Natalia, the floor is yours. So let me be as concise and precise as possible. We did not have any avalanche of requests to reduce prices. Some of the customers in some projects requested this. In some cases we agreed, but not because of decreasing the margin. We tried to do away with some additional services that could be included and were not included. Anything else that I had to answer? Did you have the feeling in some cases that they are writing to everyone, just in case? Yeah, it may happen, and sometimes it happens that the customer has an entire pool of contractors and they are selecting the one with the best price. But we are doing our best for the customers to have other reasons to choose us, for us to have other advantages except for the price. So we are more suitable for this particular project. Of course, for this we have to train our managers better, and they are able to react and to respond better. So did you have the impression that the customers wanted to reduce the prices for everyone? No, I did not have this feeling. Maybe I just don't know about something, but me personally, I didn't have this impression. And also, we are talking only to the procurement departments. Let us begin from a different end. Yuri, same questions. Should I repeat them? Okay, so if you can read from the screen, it's much better. Unfortunately, it's only Natalia who cannot see them. So, the price pressure from the customers. Okay, it was a small percentage. I don't know it right now, but I do not feel any problem there. So, in our case, that was a carpet bombing and no one received any discount, but we have not lost any customers. So, we have not given any discounts. We are satisfied with the result. So, you have to pay the honest amount of money, and we will be working with you because our pricing is quite honest. Otherwise, we have a big number of competitors who are ready to serve you. Kirill, you have 2 minutes. So, what was the percentage? Up to 5% requested the reduction of price. And in this case, those were targeted requests. We were not as strict as Yuri is. If the customer indeed was in a difficult situation, we did our best to support the customer. And the additional factor here was time limits for this special pricing. So for some customers it was something like 3 months, or for another customer it was till the end of the year. So it was quite clear in this regard. Also, it was a fixed percentage for all the types of works we are providing. Alexander. Just as I said before, only one customer out of 100 requested such a reduction. In his case, again, he used the carpet bombing approach, but it was quite an unusual approach because it was sort of one-sided change. So the conditions of cooperation with this customer was that they offer us to do some job and we can accept or decline it. So we simply declined it. Next, when it comes to large projects, Sometimes we get requests for discounted amounts, but this also happened in the pre-crisis times. So I did not observe any change, especially any mass change. Even 5%, we didn't see it, at least yet. Fyodor? We have hundreds of customers. For now, I only know about 2 cases of such carpet bombing, and one of those requests was formulated in such a way: it is COVID-19, the situation is terrible, you should give us 15% discount, otherwise we will not work with you anymore. Of course, we declined in this case. Another customer who wanted to get some discount because of COVID-19, it was a very important direct client, very precious to us, but because of an already small margin for that client, we were very clear, and we have constructively explained our inability to provide any discount. We have explained that we have already provided this discount, and actually we could increase our price because of the COVID, because we have additional expenses because of that. But no one has informed us about discontinuation of our cooperation, and especially this did not happen in mass numbers. Out of those requests, in our case, which were not numerous at all, the 2 first requests we got somewhere in the end of March, and those requests came from 2 major MLVs, and this was kind of a carpet bombing. So they maybe were expecting us to be afraid of the situation, and even if we lost those clients, we would not lose much. And quite simply, we could decline that request. And by the way, those small trickling profits from such customers continued. And also, one more customer who requested such a decrease later, again, was not a very profitable customer, so to speak. So the most greedy ones are also the ones who request such discounts. And again, those were, so to speak, carpet bombers. They demanded like 15% discounts, and they do not take into account such facts that they are that we are spending some amount of money for the translation itself, another amount of money for the office, etc. So if we could increase our costs by 5%, this would be already a great accomplishment for us. And also in this case, we would be able to pay a bonus if this was a decrease by 5.5%. At least that's the feeling we have now. Maybe we are too naive, maybe we are uninformed about certain things. Next question here. I see some delay on the screen, but still. Second important part here. This is something I'm going to read for Natalia and also for all of you who do not see other small letters. Okay. Have you noticed any changes of productivity because of your employees working from home? Well, there are numerous reasons involved, like the disappearance of this boundary between home and office, and maybe people are not able to respond as fast as before. Maybe there was a percentage of your employees who requested to work from office, and they were quite insistent in this. We will begin with Natalia again. This is quite a broad question. We will give you 2 minutes. Thank you. So this drop of productivity, this is something we have not noticed, and actually we planned to get more managers, but later we decided not to do that, and actually the productivity numbers did not drop. Sorry, there is some problem with the sound. I can hear you quite well. So the sound is as if someone is drilling something somewhere. Okay. Actually, our productivity has not fallen. Actually, the workload of managers increased because we also wanted to hire 2 additional managers, but they have somehow managed to fulfill the plan. Of course, it was difficult for them. Of course, this boundary between home and office was necessary, but we have introduced a virtual office, and actually each manager was hearing each other, communicating and supporting each other, almost as if they were in the real office.
But everyone was asking to come back to the offices. Everyone asked us when we can come back to our office. And also every morning we have 5 minutes meetings. As discipline was very important during that period. And everyone was updated. I cannot say anything bad about quarantine. We even saved money on the office. How did you do so? Did you ask for discount? No, we just moved out from the office. We paid it till the end of April. You don't have office at all at the moment? We do have. From July, we moved in to new office. Did your new office is smaller? Look, we had 2 companies. We still have 2 companies, but other one suffered more. That's why now we kind of downsized it. Gentlemen, please don't mix the papers because there are next questions. From who shall we start? Alexander, shall I repeat the question? I can read it myself. The work of employees from home, loss of performance. For the first 2 months, they were 11% more efficient, 11.3%. How did you measure? If it's better feel like that, it's 11.3. After that, it became the same, but it didn't decrease. Employees work from home in the same way as in the office. First time they worked even better, maybe due to the fear. Regarding loss of performance, yes, we had it. About 20% of our employees want to come back to the office. They even say they're trying to imitate return from office because they couldn't stop working at home. It's a serious problem now. About 20 other percent liked a lot working from home. And from August, we are returning everyone into the office. From July, the management is already in and they don't want to come back. And the rest doesn't care. What about your discipline? We didn't lose any. Performance was high. After that, it was the same as in the office. The speed of the reaction, right? Everything was fine. Yeah, and we understood that those 20% who don't want to come back to office due to other factors. For instance, they don't want to waste time on traveling into the office. So, and you have loss of discipline because the washing machine is working in a parallel way. Could you please repeat your question? How do you measure the performance? Very easily. Every linguist can make about 2,000 effective words plus minus. Ideal timing, thank you very much. Who will be the next? Kirill. Loss of performance in comparison with office life. You know, I cannot give you direct answer because it depends on employee. If he was disciplined before, he will be the same at home. If he was lazy before, it could worsen. If there was a loss, just small loss, I would say, regarding the discipline, speed of reaction, probably the same answer. For those who had problems with that before, expressed it more. For those who were good in that, they are still good. And we have about 10 to 80, 10% of those who were afraid to return to the office, 10% who didn't want to leave the office, they were sitting there even during quarantine, and 80% just followed the recommendations of the management. Thank you very much indeed, Yuri. Work of employees at home. Did you notice loss of performance? I've noticed overtimes. As far as I understand, that was the compensation for the distraction during the working day. We didn't measure it that strict. I don't have any percentages. I've noticed overtimes. I didn't notice any problems from client side, any claims. There were some tiny problems, but I don't even want to mention them. As for me, team reacted very good. We were ready for 80% for remote work. Just first 2 weeks. No. We will have separate question on remote work. Let's just discuss discipline, conveniency, performance. Those who wanted to come back to the office, those who wanted to stay at home. Discipline. As I said, there were some cases, but they were not critical at all. And some employees were desperate to come back to the office. We had just tiny percentage of those employees. Okay, but you mentioned overtimes. There were overtimes with loss of performance, or that's what you told, that it was just compensation for the time wasted during working day? Do you pay them for overtime? I don't pay them overtime. And regarding performance, I feel it did, but I didn't measure it. How would I measure it? Would you give them time tracker and ask them to turn it on when you work? I don't believe in it. Further left, and Further is eager to answer. The work of employees from home, loss of performance. No, I didn't notice any loss of performance. Conditions were not that convenient. They never worked from home before. You know, from the very beginning, our company was ready to work remotely because we did it before as well. Our schedule is very flexible. We allowed the employees to work from home for 1 day, 2 days. I didn't notice any loss of performance. I've noticed some slight decline of discipline, but it was fixed by daily meetings. We had 2 meetings a day for 5-10 minutes each. In the beginning of the working days, they told their plans, and in the evening what they achieved. And you know, it happened to be very useful, and I'm planning to carry on this practice. We had these meetings in Microsoft Teams before. Now we just have a chat. Sometimes the speed of reaction is slowing, not before they went to walk a dog, for instance. but because the employees were busy with something and didn't want to get distracted. In the office, I could just come to some employee and ask, but here, they were busy with some urgent projects, turning off all the communication means. About 25% of our employees asked to come back to office. Now, work in office is optional, and most probably till the end of the summer we will work this way. We don't have any problems with coming into office. If you have comments, now we can do it, because congratulations. You were great with timing. We had rent discount about 70% for a few months, and also we understood that working from home is hard emotionally when you're closed in 4 walls and you cannot leave because of the quarantine. We had some yoga online, we had reader's book, cinema club, we had a lot of communications. I made YouTube streams once a week, once in 2 weeks, to have everyone on the same page. But we were worried about emotional state of our guys, because it was hard and not everyone has the most convenient working conditions at home. And we brought smartphones to them, we brought the office desktops to them. Management was just wonderful during this time. The managers supported our employees, our translators, but we had a kind of retrograde Mercury, because we had COVID, we had fire, cyber attack to our servers, attack to our strategic networks, and all that we had during this time. Next question. Return to the office. How are you going to return to the office? Are you going to do it at home? As Natalia told us already, and now she can give us more details. Is she going to have some kind of selective visits to the office to have social distancing norms in the office? Natalia will start as usual. You have 1 minute. As I've said, from the beginning of July, everyone works from office. I wasn't a huge supporter of this idea, but everyone asked to come back to the office. That's why we decided to do so. I haven't been to the office. But they send me reports, there are sanitizers everywhere, that there are some social distancing norms in place. We moved the tables, we also have disposable plates. All sugar salts are in paper stick. We followed the recommendation of global companies that were made for their offices, and also we made a kind of shifts for office work. But we really needed live meetings in the office. One brief question. At the moment, just everyone is in the office, right? Yes? Except for me. Wonderful. Yuri, you had some comment before we started this question. About 60% of employees. Yura, could you please say more loudly? About 60% of employees are in the office already. We have all the necessary norms established, and are the 40%, where are they? The managers of the department take the decisions themselves, who will work from home, who will work from office, who will come to the office. Just seldom. You don't have one schedule right now, we don't. Kirill, what about you? We returned to the office in the beginning of summer. We were kind of early birds in the middle of June. We established a kind of hybrid office model. All employees have a right to work remotely 1 day a week without approval, and if they need more, we don't mind, but it's up to their manager to decide. Regarding saving on rent, no, it's not the question. It's not the question at the moment. That's the next one. That's it, right? That's it then. Since July, our office management is in the office. From August, I'm planning to return the linguist into the office. As I already said, some people don't want to come back to the office. Those who want, I don't know. We are not going to downsize the office. Are you going to come back? Yeah, for sure, we are going to come back. We are not that technological capable to arrange the work of 100% of employees remotely, plus it's impossible to train the new ones in remote mode. Further, your minute.
Yes, we are planning to go back to the office gradually. We are quite good with teleworking. Everything is in the cloud to the extent we could do it. So there is no big problem. We are not in a hurry. We are going to do it gradually. We are going to do it by the end of the summer. Maybe the departments will interchange. I mean, one day we will have the editors department and the translators department, etc. I will add just a little bit. Everyone was very brief in their words. Okay, in our case, it depends on the geography of our company. In China, the COVID situation improved very fast, so we were able to start in the end of March. In Korea, there was no lockdown. The number of cases in Korea was quite small. The rules about wearing masks and social distancing were quite strict, so they kept working in the office. Also, Fyodor has shared about their experience here in Ukraine. As for Moscow, that's more complicated because of the big number of people working there, over 100. So in Moscow, we only have people who are absolutely necessary working in the office. So it means like the management, the accountants, the system administrators, etc., those who are absolutely necessary. As for all the rest, we have certain plan, but we are afraid to do it fast because everyone is using public transportation, and everyone has friends and relatives. There is a high chance that someone will bring in this infection, and in case this happens, the government is going to be quite strict with us. There will be very complex checkups and very complex sanitary measures. So we have arranged about this comeback. We have made arrangements about social distancing and also the disinfector. So this may look quite scary, almost as if we are in the outer space, but still. So what are the potential benefits? So some of you probably could temporarily save on the office rent, and also alienation. Again, did people staying at home for a long time, do they still feel a part of the team? Do they still want to participate in the discussions of different problems? Does it happen to you that a person replies in a very formal language? Natalia, the floor is yours. As I have said before, we have moved. Our previous office was paid for till the end of April. And as far as I knew, we did not get any special offers for it, so we have just moved away. another business that we have has lost quite a lot, so we had to downsize. We had to switch to a new office, and it is about 20% less expensive. The people did not grow wild because of this staying at home. Again, we have quite active communication with everyone. There was no formal reply that I would get from my employees. And again, I do not see the slides. Yeah, but that's not a problem because you have answered all the questions I asked you. So right now, let's give the floor to Fyodor. So as for the rents, we are in the very center of the city, and there always was high demand for the office we are using. Our owner of the building did not have any stimulus to reduce the price, but actually they reduced the price for us. As for Moscow, you will hear from Leonid. We do not plan for downsizing because we are already a small and effective team. As for the alienation, well, I do not have this feeling. I do not read the daily communication, but I have the feeling from our daily communication that we are working in the same way as before this COVID-19. As for the rents, we managed to get a 60% discount for 3 months, and gradually it changed, and since August we are going to pay 100% as before. We do not plan for any downsizing. We do not feel any alienation. Our staff meetings happen about twice a week, sometimes more often additional meetings in case we need them for any particular purpose, but we have not spent enough time until lockdown to feel any alienation, and people actually are supportive to each other because of this difficult situation. Kirill? Well, we have not saved anything on the rents. That's connected to the structure of the office we are renting. We are also not planning for any downsizing for the office. We are actually using the opportunities provided by the crisis. We managed to hire some additional people for whom we were looking quite a long time. We do not observe any alienation. We do not observe any official responses from our employees. There were some short daily meetings. Also, our CEO became quite a popular video blogger, so once a week or even twice a week our CEO recorded some videos for the employees, and we actually felt as a team. Yuri? So, you have to answer about savings on the rents and alienation of your employees. So, we have saved on the rents. These savings are not going to continue, if you put it simple, but yeah, there will be some small savings, but we are not seeing this as something big. As for the teamwork, I do not believe that those work-at-home teams can function well, because unless you are doing some task which you can do alone, I do not believe in those remote teams. And so we are dependent quite strongly on this team spirit, and this is why we are not going to work offline. We are not going to work online only. As for our office, again, it strongly depends on the country. It strongly depends on the owner of the premises, And the difference is huge. In Moscow, the director was quite persistent in trying to get a discount because we rent quite a big office spaces. They managed to get a 20% discount, but the owner did not get any discount from the government, so we are paying 100% since the beginning of August. So there is no big competition for the offices only if we have any serious economic decline in the economy and people will not need offices anymore. In this case, we will have some opportunities to get a discount. And in other countries like Korea, the working ethics is quite high, and we do not observe any changes with the office rents. And is it possible to switch to the online operation only? And what are the other problems that have to do with this almost on the online mode of function? So is it possible to totally switch into the cloud? Is it possible to do without office employees? Well, we could do it, but we understand that it is not really effective. We tried to train the new employees whom we hired during the quarantine, but we were not able to do it in the online mode. So maybe if we make the transition to Agile in the nearest future, the schedule will be more flexible, people will be able to stay at home for more, but it's not possible to switch to the cloud entirely. And what about the benefits and drawbacks of working from home? Any insights? Not really, only advantages. Okay, who is next? Who wants to add? Okay, Kirill will begin. Is it possible to switch to the cloud entirely? I believe yes, we are quite ready for that technologically. We are ready for that even before COVID-19, but actually we should make a difference between standardized processes. As Yuri has mentioned already, it is simpler to do it offline, but otherwise, if a project involves a big number of people and communication and creation of new services and the involvement of HR and marketing department, that's more complicated. As for the problems, we actually do see a big problem with the integration of new employees. Any other enlightenments or insights about the big numbers of people working online? No. Okay, we will give the mic to Yuri. The floor is yours. Is it possible to switch to the cloud entirely? I would rephrase the question, do we need such a transition? Sometimes it can meet someone's business needs and sometimes it doesn't. In my opinion, it's not a viable solution for my business and for my company because it does not create value. So I do not believe in this. As for the advantages and disadvantages, we have trained some employees. We do have a learning management system for several years already, so we are able to feed the person with knowledge, so to speak, and we are able to ensure the high quality work based on those pieces of knowledge. But as for the teamwork, this is something we are not good at yet when training people online. By the way, pay attention, everyone has the same pain point, which is the integration of new employees, teamwork, team values, also the response speed, etc. So, by the way, what's happening in our corporation about this cloud? Certain things are almost impossible to do without the office. we are not able to record sound because we have a studio. We have to bring the performers there, and not every performer has a studio at home because maybe their neighbor is doing some drilling, maybe there is a subway under their house, etc., etc. The same is true for sound engineers and video engineers because this requires quite complicated and powerful hardware. This requires big screens, even if we are ready to provide this for people to use at home. Not everyone has enough room for this at home. And also they have to process terabytes of information. So even if you take a bit of this work home, you will not be able to process it fast enough and to deliver on time. So those who are involved in this media production, those who worked on games, they have to work from the office. So some types of work are difficult even to imagine how to do them from work. And next, when it comes to integration into the team, just as Yuri has said, everything that has to do with teamwork, team values, team approach, and the team feeling that is common for the old employees, this part is quite difficult.
Now we're going to spend the final 15 minutes for the second group of questions. We won't be able to finish all them, but let's at least start. Those are the following questions. I have a problem with my clicker. It's cost. In the new reality, control of the cost means survival of the company. Yuri has already emphasized this. So who can accurately calculate it and make the right decisions? I'm going to give you 30 seconds. It's a yes or no answer. As you think, based on your space rating, how good is your cost control system? Natalia, we're starting with you. 30 seconds. Time is yours. I think that yes, we can count the cost. Calculated for the second year in a row. We've had this budgeting system built in, and we calculate the spending and the income, and to make decisions we have enough information. I have enough information about cash flow, and the management at their level also do it because they dig deeper. Thank you very much. Who is going to continue? Alexander already has the microphone. Please, 30 seconds. As I said, we haven't felt the crisis fully yet. Maybe in several months we'll feel it to the extent that the colleagues mentioned, but we can calculate accurately, and I hope very much that we're going to win in this game. Whether we can make the right decisions, so far we've been making them. Great, thank you. Kirill, please. Just the first part. I think that control of the cost is a thing that we've had in our company far before the crisis. Since the company was established, yes, we've been controlling it, yes, we've been calculating it. We're very lucky to have our own TMS that calculates this cost of very different variations, formats. We have a lot of analytical data, and we have no problem with that. Can we make the right decisions? I think that if we gathered here and we successfully are having this conference, then it means yes. Great answer. Yuri, are you going to add anything? 30 seconds, time is yours. I'm going to quote Buffett. He has a similar phrase. Crisis is like water going back in the ocean. It will show who was swimming without any swimwear. So cost means the swimwear that you either have on or don't. Crisis points out your problems and gives you the point of growth. And crisis is possibility. It's about that. You could start calculating what you didn't calculate before. Thank you very much. Further, please. You were the last to speak. 30 seconds. Can we do it? Are we far along? We could do it generally. Now we're learning very actively to calculate in detail the decisions. Yes, I hope that we can make the right decisions, and in the future the new methodology of counting the cost of any kind of services will help us greatly in that. That's it. Thank you very much. Let's look at the more detailed parts of the picture. I'm going to give each of you 2 minutes because I will need you to answer deeper. So far we just asked you whether you can do it or not. I want to congratulate everybody because they said that they can. And so the model of calculation. Can you count deeper than the general income and spending of the company. What are you thinking as general spending of the company? Is it administration, accounting, system administrations, communication soft? How do you calculate non-productive hours of the employees that they spend for the tasks where they directly don't earn the money, where they directly don't perform the tasks related to the clients, but they still need to do some work in those hours? And then, do you know the share of those hours per employee? What is the share of non-productive hours? I think, in my opinion, it's the main problem of any service company. And then again, what is the responsibility of every particular client? The hours, the employees, outsourcing and projects, specialized software, what else? Natalia, should I read it again, or do you get the question? Natalia isn't with us. She's out. Let's start with you. Oh, I'm here. Natalia, we have you. Okay. I'm just back. I apologize. Did you hear the question? No, I didn't hear the question. I'm going to read it from screen. Are we counting deeper than the general income and spending of the company? And what do you put on a separate client? Well, as I said, 2 minutes. Time is yours. Yes, as I said, we have a comprehensive budgeting system. We make the budget for income, for spending. I think that to general spending, I'd say marketing, HR, standard things, all the administrative and financial duties and everything else, all the production, of course, we put it on the client. So we put it into the cost, into the price. What's with non-productive hours? What do we do with them? Can you calculate them, and how do you spend them? We don't calculate them separately, because for that we have a system of financial incentives where we have qualitative and quantitative KPIs, and it's about the managers and about the linguists as well. So here we're managing. The managers have a plan, sales plan, and there are other plans for those who are actually working on translations. So it makes no sense to count the non-productive hours. And for linguists, it's per page, and we also look at quality, if there are any claims from the client or the editor. And for editors, we look if there are any claims also. Do you know the share? We don't calculate them, so. And what we put on a separate client? I don't quite get this question. We, in general, put all of our spending into... I'm going to explain the question to you and to everybody else. Let's stop the timer, and then you're going to give me a brief answer about that. You have a client, and for those projects, you had to buy specialized software. You wouldn't have bought it otherwise. It can be a CAD system, it can be a system for sound editing, it can be any other designer system. Where do you put the spending? Is it does it lie on the client? Does it lie on the project? On the company? Where do you put the spending? Because the cost will vary greatly depending on that, and it is really important where you put the spending. So it's a trick question. We don't have that. We haven't yet bought anything. It's just an example. We haven't yet bought any specialized software for a client. So you don't have a client with specialized spending? No. That is related to productive process? No. Everything that is related to production, we put it on the company, and that's it. And that they don't go to the client. Who is ready to answer this complicated, difficult question out of those present here with us? Everybody is silent. Further, then you're going to be the one to start. Time is yours, 2 minutes. Okay. I'm going to start, and Leonid will continue if before, just as many of our colleagues, we put everything, this general basket of spending, then now we are trying to separate it as much as possible. Everything that's related to a separate client, even if it's about the big project, we try to put it in the project. If you need to buy software that is only for this client, we include this spending into the cost for this client. And accordingly, this spending, it's not calculated into the cost, into the pricing for clients that are not related to this expensive software. On non-productive hours of employees, we started taking them into account. We started also including them into our cost, and it allows us to see a more specific picture and to understand what prices, what rates we can offer. I'm going to let you continue. I'm going to continue after everybody else so that we would hear the opinions of others and would not repeat ourselves. Further gave you something to start with. Kirill is the bravest to continue. 2 minutes are yours. It's a complicated question here. Are you counting deeper than the general income and spending? Yes, we do. It's an easy answer. And then again, we have this project management system that we have. We customize it for us, and we can get any data at the level of the client, at the level of the project, a group of clients. We control this cost very specifically on different kinds of services. We relate it with how profitable we are and so on. General spending of the company, I don't know, it's hard for me to say here. I'm not a financial professional. We just work with spending that we constantly have and some other spending. So do you have clients that require some special spending, special software? No, we don't have such clients. So it all is put into, it's kind of service. If we have certification of documents, then yes, it's only about this project. So specialized spending related to the client, you just don't have them, do you? No, we don't. One time a client offered us to buy some program for several $1,000s that was required to do some kind of work, and I think that at the time we said that we need a minimum guaranteed volume of this project. Do you count non-productive hours? No, we don't. Who is the next to speak? Alexander. 2 minutes, time is yours. Are you counting deeper than the general income? Yes, we do. And if there's nothing special there, then we analyze them per year. What do you count into the general spending of the company? Administration, accounting, system administrations, communication soft. Well, I'm gonna join Kirill here. We don't have that. We had a similar situation. If it's very small, it lies on the client, but they're so small in the general volume that we don't notice them at this level. Hours, non-productive hours, no, we don't take them into account. With a very rare exception, but that's an exception from the rule. We only have Yura to speak on the subject. 2 minutes, time is yours. Are you counting deeper than the general income and spending? Yes, we are counting very deeply, thanks to my financial department. I'm going to say this. If you didn't look deep into the language pair, into every service that you provide, if you don't look that deep, you're just summarizing, you're just not calculating really. What do you think is the general spending of the company? For a very long time, I was trying to answer this question to myself, trying to find the truth, and there is no truth there. The answer to this question depends on the particular business that you take on. And to everything that's variable, you put the variable things. To everything that's constant, you put the constant things, and there is no third thing. How do you calculate the non-productive hours of employees? Well, per client, and until you do, you pay for it from your own profit. You have either spending or the profit, where you can take money from everything that you're not taking from the client, you're taking from your profit. Do you know the share per employee? Yes, I do. I have a life hack here. Leonid, to you. It works perfectly. There's this thing called zero invoice. When does it work? You have the hours that you do for the client, but the client doesn't pay you for them. And then you have an invoice where you include those hours, and you have 100 discount, and you send the invoice, and then you say, well, you're not paying us for this, and they will be ready to pay when it's like invoice number 5 with a 100% discount. Yes, we have this in our manual for project managers, all the kinds of jobs that are not included into the standard cost, and I'm grateful to Yuri for making the time. Everything that's not included in the standard cost, and the client requires you to do this. And the most painful part of every business, the bigger the business, the more difficult it is to manage this. Where is the line? Some clients, they don't know about this. They think that for the price of translation, you need to compile the glossary by yourself, even if it's a small job that you're doing for them. It depends on the client, but I think it's the main problem when you're trying to see what goes into them. Some basic things are included anyway. It's editing, or like it's layout, it's editing the sound. What's included and what's not? It's a very hard and philosophical question. You need to discuss it with client extensively, and of course they don't want to pay. But in the manual for project managers, we have it written that if the client is absolutely stubborn and doesn't want to pay for some additional work that has been done, and the client requires a lot of communication, you spend like 2 or 3 hours talking to them in the email, because they send in an email every 15 minutes and they're asking for something, they're requiring something, they're asking to replace a file, and the time is going, and it's not included into the standard cost, because the standard cost we take the work and we do this amount of communication that's normal. And it can happen that the client has a lot of inquiries, a lot of things that they ask, and we have the manual that if you have a standard cost, if the client is currently not paying for any additional work, we include all of the additional work into the specification with 100% discount. But therefore, we outline our position. We say that the next time we're going to charge them for it, and the next time, if they didn't understand, or if in their agreement that we had to sign it wasn't clarified, so that we wouldn't have this question further, we can't continue it like that. We will have to either raise prices, which is wrong, because those are just some specific hours that we spend on communication that have nothing to do with the price. It's not transparent, it's wrong. Or we will have to count the hours, or we will have to ask the client to be reasonable with the additional questions, discussions, and support.
And now I have a question to the organizers. Do we have to finish at 6 sharp? Because we still have one question left, although everyone was quite diligent with following the timing. But still, we have a big number of questions, and there is a big number of answers. So I hope that everyone will be okay with such a solution, that all the online questions will be answered later. And thank you, dear participants, thank you, dear audience, for your patience. We appreciate your attention, but we are going to give the floor to the wonderful people who are going to speak about the box of chocolate rather than these unpleasant things. Thank you so much.
Особенно тут. So, hi again, everyone. Hi, Manal. Hi, Joseph. We start our session called The Box of Chocolates. And the box of chocolates, actually, now we just faced, there was a serious business talk before us. So now one of the participants mentioned that we are going to speak about some chocolates, some light matters, So this box of chocolates is about actually new beginnings. It's a part of an notion from Forrest Gump movie, where he says that life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. So now we are going to speak about situations in life where all of our participants started something when with no definite result. We don't know how our life will actually be, and we're really very interested in the stories. Joseph.
Hi, everybody. Glad to see you. Unfortunately, I'm not there with you, and it's a FOMO. But I'm glad the organizers gave me this opportunity to be here with you. So just to remind you that last year, Tatiana and we talked to the founders of some Ukrainian and Russian translation companies. And it happened that last year, all of them, except for Svetlana Svetova, were men. This year, we meet both off and online. So we decided that there is no excuse not to let women speak. So, Tatiana, would you please introduce our amazing guests?
Yes, so we have online, we have Manal Amin, the owner of Erebais company, which is one of the largest companies in Egypt that deals with translation and localization. And Manal also does a lot of things to promote the industry, to support women in the industry. And so I'm really happy that she's here, because I remember her story very well. It impressed me. We also have Sabina Jasinska here from Poland. She is the global marketing leader who worked for largest companies like SDL Trados, Donnelly Solutions, yes, and we localize, developing their global strategies. And we are happy that she's here with us and can share her story. We have Ilona Voronova here. She works in Murka Murka Games Limited. It's an IT company that develops games. So she works in localization there, and will share her story of that path in localization. And we have Irina Tulovska from Postmodern Production. She's the head of localization department, and she works in the company. Her company deals with dubbing, subtitling, and everything with audiovisual part of not only translation but production.
And let me introduce you, Tatiana. So our hostess today is Tatiana Struk, founder and owner of Linguistics Center Translation and Localization Company in Ukraine. And you may wonder what I'm doing here in this company of bright women. But, for 20 years in the language industry, I worked mostly with women. My first boss actually was a woman, and all my career I meet a lot of bright, talented, gifted women, like translators, project managers, company owners. So if you don't mind, today I will be an honorary woman in localization with you. So enough about ourselves. Let our guests speak. And our first question would be, Manal, Sabina, Irina, Ilona, being a woman in business, is it actually being a woman in business, is it an obstacle, advantage, or it does not matter at all?
Yes. So one by one.
Hello, everyone. This is Sabina Jashińska. I think it is an obstacle if you think yourself it is an obstacle. And this is what I see always when I work with women who just start working in the localization industry or any other industry. You have to be your own cheerleader. You have to fight for your rights. You have to ask for a higher salary. What I always see is that women always ask for less than men, and they always get less than men. And of course, it is only in our mind, and I think we're doing this all to ourselves, because many of us always think like, yeah, maybe I need to finish a few more courses, maybe I'm not ready yet. As I always say, you ask a man on the street, would you like to be a director? And they always say yes. And we think like, oh, maybe next year. That's why I always say to everyone, just don't have any shame and ask for more. And this is how basically I was always working and asking for more responsibilities and being promoted almost every 6 months.
And Sabina, could you please share your story, your professional story, how you actually find yourself in this industry? Why here? I know that you have a great education, studying a lot in your life. So why this industry and how you came here?
Okay, that's a long story, but I started actually as a lawyer. I was an attorney in Poland representing trade unions and construction workers, but I always wanted to travel, as being, of course, from an ex-communist country. So I went to New York, and in New York I wanted to work for a company that would have an office in Paris, so I could be transferred to Paris immediately. And that's how I started to work for Donnelly. And one thing that I've learned also working as a lawyer is that you always have to look, professional and always in a suit. So this is actually how I started. My first day, I go to work for Donnelly, at the time R. Donnelly, and I'm the only one in a black suit, white pearls, white shirt. It was actually Halloween in New York, so I was the only one on the streets in Halloween on that day, on the streets of New York, dressed in a black suit. But that was a very lucky move, because on that day there was a global meeting of all the global bosses of Donnelly, and that was $12 billion company. And of course they invited me to that meeting to take notes. And I spent with those bosses the first 3 days, and that of course helped me in my career, later on. So I really recommend that. And I always say that you have to look like your boss's boss, especially when you are a woman, blonde, and from Poland.
That's amazing. Thank you very much, Sabina. So maybe before answering the question about what does it mean to be a woman in business, maybe everybody can share their stories and then answer the question.
That's really great, Ilona. So how do you find your way here?
It was a quite hard way for me. I've been working in Murka for more than 5 years, and I started from a huge job title, retention ASO localization manager, and I was a green girl. Just from the university. Previously, I worked in call center of Kyivstar, and I started working in Murka all alone, because my mentor, he left his job after I passed my probation period. So I was alone, and I'm trying to return our users to our games. Sorry, I didn't mention our company Murka is a social casino gaming platform. We're producing casino games, and we have 4 huge titles: Scatter Slots, Infinity Slots, Slots Era, Skitter Poker, and 2 new titles, Solitaire and Slot Journey. So during, I think, 3 years, I improved my skills, and I learned a lot from the people that work in Murka, and also our company grew from 100 people to 500 people. After that, my job title were divided to two directions, ASO localization and CRM management. I started to be a head of CRM department. I was alone. Then there was added one girl to my department. After that, I've added 4 girls more. And now, passing 5 years, I have a great and cozy department that contain 4 great women that shared my skills, that have the same knowledge that I have, and that maybe we have some friendly partnership inside our department, but sometimes other departments are not allowing us to show our strengths. So that was my past, and as I think my answer to the question is that it's no matter you are girl, woman, or man. You just need to estimate, write your skills, and ask that price that you think you cost.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you much. Manal, could you please share your brilliant story? Because I do remember how it impressed me when I heard it.
I'm a graduate of political science and economics originally, and but I always liked translation. So translation was a hobby, and I had a diploma in translation same time with my bachelor's. Then it happened that I got married and traveled outside Egypt to Kuwait. It was very hard to find a job in the field of political science in another country. So I thought of my hobby, translation, and started looking for a job. And at that time, the company that ever did Arabic was on computers or Arabic software was based in Kuwait. So it was a small team of about 20, 30 persons, mainly researchers and people trying to make the computer Arabic. It was very challenging and interesting, and I found that I'm not doing normal translation, so we have to find out what are we going to call the word. I spent in this company 10 lovely years working as a translator, copy editor, copywriter. It was a new company, so we were doing so many things at the same time. Content creator for implementation of software. It was everything related to the languages in a newly established software company. So it was very interesting, and then happened Kuwait, and the whole company moved to Egypt, my home country. There, it was nice, but the environment changed. The company grew, and there were too many people doing the job. I was the head of the department of localization and translation, everything really the language. At the time, the whole world started to think of having Arabic software. So multinationals, big names, started to think of doing their software in Arabic. So I started to get job offers, and it was not very interesting for me to travel in. So job offers in the States, we're in Ireland, we're in Dubai, but I thought that I need to stay in Cairo. So decided to have a company and work for these companies in Egypt, from Egypt. And the outsourcing idea was this was 1994. And from there, I started working first for Lotus. It was the first one to start doing Arabic, the Smart Suite, and with only few people. So I found myself more and more involved in the Arab part, Arabic localization for software. This is how it started. And now it's for 25 years. All of the things changed, but this is how it started.
Oh, thank you very much. So, from a safe surrounding, you just decided to take that chocolate, yes, from the box, knowing nothing what will be in front of you. Yes. And what about the question? How do you feel? Is it
as a woman? When I started in the early 90s in the Middle East, as a woman, it was not that easy. It was challenging. There were not many women company owners, business women, and I was coming of a technical background. It was a bit challenging for me to study management, marketing, finance, lots of things to start running the business. It was not easy at all, with all the social restrictions around in a community like ours. First few years were really challenging, and many times I thought of, why not stop? Why not stop? Go for a job. It was better to go for a job, especially that the job was for money. So it took me around 3 years to settle down and to have. It was when I first started to read about entrepreneurship in 96, 97 that I started to notice that I'm going on the right way, and started working from there. Same, of course, women are doing great. So many girls starting startups, but the start was really hard. That's what made me part of all the businesswomen communities. So I am very active in my country in businesswoman empowerment and mentoring young girls on how to start their business. I had so many challenges that pushed me really to help all girls and women who are starting their business now.
Thank you very much, Manal. Irina, I heard you had really very great beginning of your career, and it could be useful to all young girls here. Probably, how can you find the job? So, how do you start it in actually in business in your activity?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to apologize for my maybe speech because I was not prepared that I should speak in English. I am so sorry. Yeah, you should warn me.
And you'll run away. No.
For sure. Well, my this brilliant career in localization started when I've got very unlucky marriage. Actually, I was just a housewife, 3 children, something like that, and I was so furious that I have to sublime somehow this situation. That's why I started to train in hand-to-hand fighting. That's full contact and such things. After that, but it was very harsh for me because I am very tender flower, you know, and
we all are here tender flowers.
Sure, yeah. And after that, I changed this hand-to-hand fighting to Aikido. I was just charmed with this, all these movements, with all these rules, and that's all. And I've got the second Q there. And meanwhile, and before that, I graduated without diploma, our Shevchenko University in Kiev, but without diploma. That was a Roman Germany philology, and it was during the Soviet era. It was before this separation, and then I decided to, after all this fighting and Aikido, I decided to restore my education and to finish it, and I finished. But this time I finished this translation department. And when I went with my team, my Aikido team, to some sportive camp sportive camp, doesn't matter. With my friend, we are just lying on the beach, just chattering and laughing about everything. She was quite a successful woman. I was quite a housewife who was seeking for the new possibilities in her life, and we just chatting about everything. And one of our member of our team, he just turned his head to me and said, "Hey, do you know English?" I said, "No, so, something like that." And he said, "Oh, I need someone to make dubbing in Ukraine." I said, "Okay." And so actually it was in 2005, and that was actually the start of my career. And during first 6 years, all the dubbing in Ukraine, 5 years. No. 3 years. All the dubbing in Ukraine was just me. I was the main manager of all the dubbing projects. I mean theatrical dubbing, I'm sorry, theatrical, only theatrical. We have nothing to do with this TV, with the broadcast, I mean this online translation, home entertainment, and other things. Now our company, Postmodern, some years ago we entered the corporation Film UA, and we are very mighty now. We've got a special department, and we've got quite a lot of managers. I mean project managers, and now the 1/4 of all theatrical dubbing in Ukraine is made in Postmodern, and one half of all the high-quality dubbing of Ukraine is being made in Postmodern, in our department. Because we've got some other companies which produces some low-budget independent releases.
So
that's all.
Your great career can find you on beach. Yes?
Yeah, yeah. It was unexpected.
Very interesting, and 4 different stories, and all of them were worth listening. But I feel that we miss one story here, and this story is from Tatiana. Tatiana, would you share yours?
Okay. I also didn't prepare this, you know.
So don't run away, please.
Well,
don't run away.
I used to study actually, I selected this profession just because it was 1991, so the country was destroyed. So I decided that definitely knowing foreign language, you can earn your living. But then I actually liked it because I was okay at the university, so I liked that. It's good. When I have still 1 year to finish the university, I got married. I had my first child, and then I have 2 more. So of course I had to leave the university without graduation and move to my home city to my husband. And of course, years were really very difficult. So we had to earn money, and my husband only started his business, so it were more expenses than earnings. So I looked for a job, and at that time, I don't know why, the form of CV, which we are supposed to fill, you had to mention that whether you are married, do you have children, and when I actually put in my CV that I have 3 children, like nobody hired me. With 3 little children, it was absolutely impossible to find the job. So when I heard from one of the companies that no, it's not reliable, you cannot work, so your children can get sick or something like that, so it's not reliable to hire you even for freelance job. So I really got offended. And there was a little free storage room to the shop that my husband was renting. So I decided to open the, the company there. And it was like one table, handmade. Handmade sounds really very exquisite, but no, it's like really was handmade. Computer table, old computer, and me sitting there. In a couple of years, I expanded the business and actually finished the university, which was not easy to combine everything, like my development of business, university, children, of course, probably children, yes, and then all other items. Then at a certain point, I decided, probably it was in 5 or 6 years, I decided that I got bored, so I found localization and decided that I want to move there. And that's how it started. I never expected that my business will survive for 22 years and actually develop in what it develops. Mostly, actually, I opened it because there were a lot of people who asked me to translate something, and I translated. But I was too shy to ask to pay me. Actually, normally they brought me some chocolates or something like that, and like even at that time, most of the time I was breastfeeding, you know, and actually I even could not eat these chocolates. So I decided that when I'll have something that will look like office, they'll have to pay money, not chocolates. So that was the beginning.
That's very interesting and funny from one hand, but from the other hand, Sabina mentioned that some women in localization, in translation, in business in general are too shy to ask for a better salary or better conditions. So, as an example of how to, how to ask for better money is to, create a company for yourself, like Tatiana did.
And I think we missed the answer from Marina about how do you think what's to be a woman in business? Is it an obstacle, a challenge? It doesn't matter. How do you think? Was it easy?
Okay, I'll try. I think that being woman in any business is an obstacle, a challenge, and what else?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, it's quite. It's not so easy for a man to be in any business and to make that. But for women, I think it's more difficult because we are to, the owner of the business was happy to have me in his company, but he was a very wise man, and nevertheless he thought, and I think that all the owners of business, maybe all, but predominantly, they share this thing that men, they are to feed their families, And for women, and for me, women, this business is something like a hobby or something like that. It's something like a mission, and you should make it, you should perform your work for some smile, for chocolates or something like that. Yes, I should admit that we should fight for our salaries. Yes, and I should admit that the salary of men in our company is higher than women's one. And that is, and maybe I heard that some women, they use their sexual attraction to get some position, to make some career, and something like that. But it's not very appropriate for the wide For the wide number of women, it's not. It's a no-no matter, and that's why you are just like men, but you are considered something like semi-man, of course, and that's why you have a lower salary, and you should fight for its raising. And yes, we are shy. That's post-Soviet for me legacy that some years ago I just waited for my chief to notice how many work I do perform just to praise me and to give me this raising of salary. Now I'm a head of department and I should fight for my girls, because they are girls in my department actually, and they should fight for me and for my girls. It's easier for me to fight for my girls, sure. That's all.
Thank you, Rina. As I see, not all the communities, not all the countries, it's obvious, not are in the same level and not aligned in terms of how they perceive women at work. But as we see, women also need to feed their families, so it's a very bad excuse not to give them good salary, good money, or give contracts to them. Thank you for your stories and for the answers. And I see there is one common pattern in some of your stories about families who has family. But last year, I just want to remind you that last year our guests, confessed that they had to sacrifice their personal life to achieve something. So what you had to sacrifice to make advance in your careers?
It was even put at a certain point of discussion last year that what have you paid to get what you have? So problemanal. Can you think about something like that? Well,
in this sense, and when we consider family life, of course, and always women think or see life as the first priority. So we cannot just sacrifice anything related to family life. When I started, I had 2 kids of 6 years. I started the business. And it was very important to take care of the kids, of the house, to have everything as if I'm not working, and at the same time build the company. So that's why I started with the room in my house at the beginning, before moving to an office to take care of the kids. The thing that I really, by years, and I had to travel, had to stay late in office, delivery dates, of course, and the pressure of delivery dates. And with the team getting better, in a second phase, I had to move in the same building, having my apartment and the office, the same building. This was after maybe 6 years of having the business. This was really very high pressure. I was pregnant, having my 3rd baby, and I had to live in the same building so that when the kids go to bed, I go to the office in my pajamas, finish my work, take care of the delivery dates, check my emails. So the thing that we really, women, has to sacrifice is our me time. My me time is that I missed for so many years, especially in the period where I was establishing the company, having to travel a lot, having to take care of the house, take care of the children. Having the family was really the first priority always, and work was priority always. So it was me who was not having any time for anything. I can't remember that during the first 10 years, I even had time to read a book or to go to a hairdresser or to go for a holiday. I did not take any vacation for 10 years. Normally send the kids in holidays with my parents or with my cousins, or sometimes to have some more work time during summer or during holidays. So women normally sacrifice themselves to build the career and to take care of the family.
Well, that's
Absolutely.
amazing.
You mentioned working long hours, never taking vacation. So this was my case as well. I worked sometimes 36 hours nonstop. And after that, I would go to swim and almost like fall asleep while swimming. But even my achievements were nothing compared with any of my colleagues who sometimes worked 48 hours nonstop. We had beds in our offices, but sometimes you were just sleeping under your desk. But of course, we worked a lot. So, having a nice suit was not enough. But I actually never considered that as a sacrifice because I had so much fun working in a corporate America. I mean, it sounds terrible. When I tell my friends that I actually love corporate America, they say that I'm out of my mind. But thanks to corporate America, I traveled half of the world. I was sent everywhere. I worked in different offices, and it was just amazing. So I never considered that as a sacrifice. But yes, I actually never took a day of vacation for, I think, 10 years. But it was fun.
I can answer too. I have a family. I'm happily married. I think happily. There was a few years when I spent a lot of free time working, and there was sometimes I woke up in the night and started to answer in Slack or other communication apps, resolving some critical questions in regards of publishing the app on the App Store or Google Play. But now when I have a great support in my department, all my girls support me a lot. For example, I just arrived from my vacation and there was no even a minute when I answer in the Slack. It was a great time, and I couldn't name that that I sacrificed my free time. It was the cost of my growth.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Actually, saying about this sacrifice
price that you paid for this, whatever.
The price, this my work and my career permit me to happily divorce 7 years ago, and it was a very great pace toward independence. And actually, I became an independent woman, and I can afford this divorce. And after that, now I've got happy relationships, but without marriage. And speaking about this price, first of all, I have no actually vacation. I'm on vacation now, but I have my notebook with me, my working notebook, and I communicate with our customers. I translate. I'm ruling the department, and I'm speaking with my girls, with my colleagues, and I think that this one, and after that, we've got very long hours, very long working hours. We cannot have standard working day because our customers are from USA predominantly, and that means that we've got this time difference, and that's why we cannot work from, for example, 8 till 5 or from 9 till 6. That's the price I'm paying for my career, for being a woman in the localization field. But I think that's quite a standard payment, and any person pay this price.
Thank you, Tatiana. At least you Maybe you haven't had to pay any price.
Of course, because everything for me is so easy. Like I often hear, you have nothing to complain about. You have everything. You have business, family, kids, like everything.
And free time.
Yes. Yes. When I suspected that you may ask this, and I agree with Manal. Probably, I paid with myself for that. Everything being a tender flower. Yes, I had to forget probably that I am the tender flower, and I really regret that because it's. That's who I am, and nobody notices it anymore. So that's it. No significant sacrifices. Just like myself, and that's it. Nothing special.
I was thinking before this interview when Tatiana and I, we decided to interview women in localization. I was thinking myself if we actually should think in terms of women, black, white, gay, straight. But now I see that we actually have different patterns. If last year men told us that they had to pay their time with their families, actually, women pay with their free time, with their self-time. So,
yes, normally everyone preserve their families, except Irina, who actually it was not the aim. Yes, to keep the family. Yes, but. It's probably that issue of multitasking, yes, something like that.
Yeah, go on.
Yes, probably. We didn't want to actually focus on these women associations or something like that, just because, it sounds a bit sexist, something like that. But I really want to ask, how do you think? Do you believe in this girls' power? And do you think it's important? Do you think it's important to promote these, not say associations, but do we use actually this notion? Do we apply it to our lives?
Sure, I believe. Yeah, because without this, without my work, without my friends, my colleagues, I wouldn't be as I am now. So I believe.
Thank you.
I actually feel completely the opposite. It's like a little bit, I would say, kindergarten. Like, as we say, guys smell and girls are stupid, right? So I think like everybody is special, and you can recognize amazing things and amazing talents in everyone. For many years, I mentioned, just amazing life with corporate America. But the task that I was given was to go to different, as we called, suicidal companies, suicidal departments and offices of our company, people who were going through some depression, and there were some fights, conflicts, quality was going down. And my role was to boost some motivation. And there were some offices where there were only girls, to which, of course, I would hire some guys to boost some morale. And we were very, very successful with that technique. So I really feel that together we can get something greater. And it's not about your gender or your age. Everyone is special, and as a manager, you have to recognize what they are good at, and of course, help them grow. I mean, that's every manager here in this room knows that.
But may I ask, Sabina?
Yes.
May I ask a question? You mentioned that something that I was thinking a lot about. Actually, working in this mixed environment and working with the women, with the girls, for men. For guys, what actually strategies they should actually apply to it? You know what I mean? To to let girls, to let women feel equal. Feel I don't know, feel on the same level, to be on the same level, or just be yourself and don't do nothing, and it will work.
I think this is a very cultural question. I am Polish, so in Poland, as all the women were always used to adoration. So that's why this is every man going to a bank or a post office and seeing a woman there at the guichet always says, "Oh my God, you look so beautiful today. Here is my petition, or here is whatever the paper I would like you to sign." And this works perfectly in Poland. So when I started to work in Poland as an attorney, and everybody was, was asking me to sit on their lap, my clients. I was, feeling really not appreciated when I moved to New York and I was working in a law firm and nobody told me I was pretty. But of course, things are changing, but I think there are different cultural differences. But in any way, of course, working together, working as a team, that always works. But, if you buy us some chocolates and flowers, that's, it's very much appreciated. No, I'm joking, but I would not, I think nowadays, we have to be very, very professional and, neutral.
Yeah, indeed.
I want to agree with Sabina. When we're talking about business, we have no gender. Because women as a man could do all the things that all can do, besides of children birth, but it's not a blocker to be successful in what you're doing. So something like that.
Thank you, Ilona. Manal, so what do you think?
Me myself, I don't believe that there is any difference. I've always, since I was a kid, I never felt that there is a difference between a man and a woman or any gender difference. But when I started the business and grew up, I found out that in our society, and again, I'm talking about Middle East. So in the Middle East, women, they feel they have an issue. It's normally they are the same education, they are doing well, they can work very well, but it's a matter of the traditions and the old style when they used to feel inferior or they are only housewives. This is how girls used to work before marriage. And as soon as they get married and they have kids, they stay at home and they leave the job. And still it is the case in my company or in other companies. That's why I keep pushing them, or not pushing, engaging them to utilize their capabilities and not to be scared. And they can, with some time management and enthusiasm, they can with passion, they can do the job and they can take care of the family. So I'm a believer of women and men, no difference. They are equal in every aspect and they can do the same things. I consider different. Women are more multitasking. They can take care of the family. They can do their job towards their parents. They can work and succeed. So what I do with my team, and I have more than 50% girls and women in my company, I encourage them. I teach them how to do time management, work from home for some time after the baby, help, assist in everywhere. I even sometimes give them a recipe of cooking, how to make things easy and to let the family go. Some of them can, some cannot. But basically, we're equal. There is no difference at all, in my opinion. But it's all about the community and the society that makes the woman or girl feel. So this is what we have to coach them and help them to balance their life and do better life work balance.
Thank you, Manal. This is really interesting.
Yeah, thank you very much. I also personally do share your opinion that we're equal and we should speak in terms of professionalism and not in terms of gender. But I can't. I remember a fantastic TED talk by Steve Shirley. I guess you all watched it. If not, I want to quote a sentence from her talk. And actually, she's a great woman, and she is founder and owner of a multi-billion company, now retired. But she said that you can always tell ambitious women by the shape of their heads. They're flat on the top for being petted patronizingly. So, is your head tops are flat or not?
Somebody wants to.
Absolutely not. And actually, this is one tip that I have for everyone. It's like men, women, and all other genders out there. What I would always recommend is like take the most difficult project, because usually nobody wants to do it. And take the most difficult project, shine in it, you will get great visibility. And I can give you lots of examples of that. And of course, being in the localization industry, where there's so many companies constantly growing, they're getting either an ISO certification or maybe opening new markets, opening new offices, adding new services. There's always so many new projects that you can take. And this is what I was always doing, and that's why I was growing very quickly in my career. And I love this saying, responsibility can be only taken, not given. So just take the responsibility and do it. And the latest maybe example that I have is GDPR. Of course, being an ex-attorney, I mentioned that a million times. I think everybody took notice already. But it was, of course, interesting for me to do that. Nobody in the company wanted to do GDPR. Absolutely no one. So basically, I took it and I actually read the regulation. Then I went to a few courses. I created some kind of a strategy for the company. I did a few campaigns which were, of course, successful because everybody had to translate something for GDPR. So, of course, immediate success. And then I was submitting my paper. I wanted to speak about GDPR at different conferences, and I was always the only one submitting that paper. So suddenly I became an expert in GDPR, and even up to today, I advise on GDPR. Why? Because no one else wanted to do that. So I totally recommend take the most difficult project nobody wants, and nobody's going to patronize you because they are not going to know either if you're right or wrong. So my recommendation.
Well, as I mentioned before, my mentor left me after my probation period. So the main point is that you shouldn't stop discover something new. You shouldn't stop integrating something new in your profession, in your direction, to try something. Don't look back and don't look on your competitors. It's the main thing, because if you will copy them, you won't succeed. You should create something new. And when you're failing in your deeds, you should take on your knees and go on. So as my boss always told me, oh, I don't like working with you girls. You have too many emotions. Yeah, and it was quite hard talking with him because he had more emotions than I. Well, that's why I can tell that I have no patronizing in my company.
That's really great. I just want to remind we have a couple of minutes left, so
it
just
pretty much,
in few words.
Pretty much sounds like the final words, like recommendations, so we can do it this way, answer this question with a hint of recommendations. Or just final something.
What was the question, actually?
Being patronized. So have you felt it? Oh, good
Patronized,
girl.
good girl. Me?
Yeah.
I wasn't patronized, actually. I have never been patronized.
But what advice maybe you could give to young women that want to pursue their career in localization or translation business? Maybe any advice?
From my point of view, the main thing is the professionalism and knowledge of languages. And I am sure that the main point is to be yourself. And I'm sure that age doesn't matter, gender doesn't matter. And, well, if you're a young girl, you should do what you like. And that's, I think that's the secret of the future career. And of course, the good, healthy self-esteem, it's very important. You can, anyone can or be born with this, born, not burn, but born. And if not, if you are not grown up with your healthy self-esteem, that you can obtain it by working with psychologists, and I highly recommend it. Thank you.
Thank you, Irina. And Manal, your words of empowerment.
Any advice I can give is passion. Go to the job or to the career where you have passion. If that's what I always tell newcomers to my company. If you don't have the passion for localization, you don't like the job, please quit. Because it's a very demanding job. It takes time. It needs, you have to do it happily. So please follow your passion.
Thank you very much. Just such a perfect ending of our talk.
Yes. Yeah, we should not add anything because it's perfect. So, thank you. Maybe we have questions from guests.
Do we have some questions? If we can have, no, we don't have time because we have now the closing ceremony as previous year.
Okay, I'm not there, so.
It's just you're jealous.
Yeah, I'm jealous. But thank you very much for our participants. It was amazing. It was very interesting. I hope you helped a lot of women to make decisions as to their future careers.
Yes, thank you very much for that great talk, and I'm sure that we'll continue it at some point. Thank you.
Are you tired yet?
Впереди ж самое интересное. Впереди
The most interesting thing is ahead, the rest.
мы рады вас здесь
We are very glad to welcome you here
к последнему дню
during the final day of the main program of our conference. Thank you very much. Stas, have you noticed how fast this week flew by? Yeah, for me, definitely, it was very fast. Yeah, because we were in good company. That's why it flew past so quickly. Dear friends, we are now present at the official closing ceremony of our great event, and we want to say thank you to everybody who made this event possible, who made it into a real celebration. And I would like to thank our participants and our speakers who, despite all the obstacles, they came in person, they spoke on our stage, and they brought their knowledge, their love, and their kindness into this beautiful place. And we would also like to thank everybody who joined us online, who spoke online, and also supported us in this way. Thank you very much. This year, of course, the program was quite hard to compile, but thanks to our great and very professional, experienced team of the program committee and the moderators of streams, I think we did well. I would like to invite on the stage to say thank you to moderators of streams, The Art of Translation. Online, we had Alexandra Mateo and Nigel Sage, Joseph Kovalov and Ekaterina Filatova. And here on site, we have Olga Dyakova and Václav Yagunov.
And we have some small presents for you, some souvenirs for you to remember about our conference, but maybe you will share a few words with us. Oh, what can I tell? Now I know for sure about the topic of my presentation in the next year's UTIC, because I got a number of questions about this. It has to do with speech recognition and dictation, because it was given briefly in some parts of my presentation, but from time to time we have to redo this kind of discussion to explain how it can be used and what the results can be. On day 3 or 4, I finally started to understand that this is reality, because just a month ago I couldn't believe that these were even possible. So the participation in all of this was a huge joy for me, was a fantastic piece of happiness. So I am very grateful to the participants for organizing this. I'm grateful to participants for being here with us. I'm grateful to the online participants. I'm grateful for the drive and for everything we had here together, and I hope to meet you at the next year's UTICOM. Before our presentation here, I re-watched the closing ceremonies of UTIC from 2019 and also to 2016. Quite often we heard back then that, first of all, a new stream should be added to the conference, and also that interpretation one should be strengthened. So I truly hope that this year it was successful, and I would like to express my gratitude to the two people who did this, Victoria Moroz and Anna Ivanchenko. So I started weeping when Ola thought that she was afraid, because I also worried that we will not have this live event. And we are very grateful for this freedom for co-creation. I'm very grateful to my colleague Anna Ivanchenko here. Maybe next year I will not do it at all, because that's quite a complicated task. And also I'm grateful to my colleagues interpreters, because many of us are also staying in our silos, but thanks to this event we are able to come together. Thank you for joining, and thanks to those who joined us online. Yeah, I can only join what has already been said, and I'm glad that we managed to make this wonderful program out of this small pieces, and I'm very grateful that the number of interpreters at this event was much higher than at the previous UTIC and all the previous UTIC events. I have a number of ideas for the future years, so let's avoid spoilers and wait for them. As we remember from the welcoming word given by Stanislav Kaleniuk, the conference took place because of the persistence of Victoria Moroz, because we were ready to do without the conference, but she told us no. And this became a part of our conference history. I will continue to express gratitude to our program committee. I would like to invite to this stage the coordinators of the business translation part of the conference. It is Tatiana Struk, Leonid Vazachev, and Sergei from the Ukrainian office. I'm grateful for having this conference here. Until the very last moment I had doubts. I had doubts that it's even reasonable, but we managed to be here. We spent this week in an entirely different reality. This week has passed quite quickly, and it's a pity that now we have to come back to our ordinary reality, but we will come back next year. And actually this is the 5th time that we are having UTIC. It's a small anniversary, and I believe we should celebrate this and wish UTIC to develop and be a joy for us for many years ahead. Thank you, Tatiana. I would like to tell that this conference is quite unique. It's like a breath of fresh air after this long time of the lockdown. This conference would be impossible without the persistence of the organizers, the speakers, and also the participants. Thank you all. Without all of you, this would be impossible. And I think that we will be drinking to this, we will be drinking to this conference, we will be drinking to offline, something that never happened before. It's a wonderful ending of the event, and indeed, that's a rare gasp of normality after the existence in the underwater world. Among all of those underwater stones and shells, and there were no sounds in this world except for the sounds in the headsets. So I do hope that the organizers permit me to do something that we did not intend to do, and even we didn't know about this just 15 minutes ago. So having rewatched the Q&A after our yesterday's presentation, we finally were able to find the winner, the person who asked the most interesting question. And the winner is Pavel Dunayev from Sportmaster. So the prize will go to a distant location, but it will go to the person who was very attentive and asked very good question. So he will be soon contacted by people from our office. That's the first part of what I wanted to say. And here is the second part. We have one more prize, which is quite unexpected. And this is not a difficult contest. We will ask the first question, and if more than one person answers quickly, we will just give the prize to one of them. Question 1. For the cognitive memory, we will be assisted by Chipmunk Stepan, who is here waiting for us. So, question 1. All those who reply fast and correctly, they will approach the stage and will answer the subsequent questions. What is the name of the most furry employee of Logros IT? All those who shouted Simon, please approach us. I saw 3 persons, or at least 2 persons. There was someone else back there. Our human bear. Okay. You were very attentive. We have only one prize, so we have to ask you the second question. That's a simple question, but the next one will be a complicated one. So, what color of the suit did I have at the opening ceremony? How could you forget this? So, these 2 people should answer, and the audience is not supposed to help them. My answer, it was rose-colored. I believe, yeah, it was pink. Okay, yes. Please, dear audience, keep silence right now. Please keep the minute of silence, or at least half a minute of silence. Next question. What are the main colors in the company logo of Logros IT? So, Maxim was first. Yellow, black, something like that. I guess Maxim gave the right answer. We do not have any yellow color there. Although we have orange, we have gray, and also we may have black if it's a 2-colored version of our logo. Thank you so much, dear gentlemen. So we got another winner here, and the winner will get a present here, the present from our chipmunk. This is intended for online more, but I truly hope that you will need it. You will not need it too often. Thank you so much. Oh, we got some more presents. Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure. Thank you once again. Also, this year we had one more stream on the technologies of translation. We are grateful to the members of the program committee who assisted us in the making up of the program and who communicated with the participants. So it is Konstantin Dranch, Paul Filkin, and Samed Rahab. Please give a round of applause to the members of our program committee. Also, this year we experimented with new formats. One of them was the format of Zoom discussions online, and we are grateful to our moderators who supported us in this. They were quite enthusiastic about this idea, and they organized quite exciting online networking. So we are grateful to every one of them. Also, the conference, of course, would not happen without the support of our sponsors and partners. They supported us not only with their kind words, but also financially. So these are Logos IT and our other partner, Language Solutions. Thank you so much for joining us also in person. Also, this year we had a wonderful team of simultaneous interpreter. So I would like to invite here the coordinator of interpreters, Svetlana Bregman. This year the team consisted of 17 interpreters, thanks to whom the presentations could be watched in understandable language in every corner of the world. Thank you for doing this great job. And also, I would like to express gratitude to the Synchro Service Company, our standing partner in providing equipment for simultaneous equipment, because they have proven for yet another time that it's possible to provide high-quality interpretation in the forest. Thank you.
I would like to thank to the team of simultaneous interpreters. It was quite difficult to gather them all here in our difficult times, to pair them, to select them, but we managed to do that, and I think that we can say 18 simultaneous interpreters. It's 5 days of work, 40 hours of work, 3 languages, and I would like to express my gratitude to all of you. We're waiting for Dmitry. I apologize. I had to switch the languages. It was a very interesting job. Job is not a good word. It was communication with close people. So I would like to thank all of you. It was incredible. Thank you. And I would like to express my thanks to the organizers, to all the colleagues who came here. Thank you for the invitation. It was incredible indeed, and I hope that next year we all meet again and we have another UTIC next year. Thank you very much. Speaking of the organizers, we have a small tradition. During the closing ceremony, we call everybody who worked for the entire year, together with the program committee, together with the wonderful partners and colleagues, the team of Intext company. We would like to invite Stanislav Kalinuk on stage. Stanislav Bogdanov, I'm here already. Irina Vizer. Anna Braslavskaya. Alena Vlasenko. Alexandra. Sergei Kovalenko. Roman Pilipenko. Tatiana Antonova. Oleg Komar. Mikhailo Zamyatin. Sergei Rachkovsky. And Margarita Terletskaya. Khromichuk, I apologize. Good job. Friends, we did enjoy it also. As usual, Seryoja says, the weather was great, The internet worked. We had electricity. We have another very important person, Andrei Mikharin. He is responsible for electricity here. We would like to thank him as well. Thank you very much. We did enjoy it. Thank you for coming. And it was also an advantage that we didn't have that many people here. We could have more in-depth discussion. We're not as tired as we usually are. Anyway, we'll be happy to have more people the next time. If we have the same amount, it's also good for us. It works for us anyway. Thank you, all of you. And maybe some of my team would like to say something. Usually, Serezha Kovalenko likes to speak. It's unexpected as usual. To be honest, I didn't notice that there were not that many people, because on Wi-Fi there were 250 devices at the same time at peak load moments. I don't know. Even if all of you have 2 each, something's not right here. Yeah. Thanks, everyone. Come to next UTIC. We'll be very glad to see you. You're our friends, and we are your friends. Let's thank our participants from the organizers. Thank you. And I would also like to thank the team of InText. Most of the team is present here today. While we were working here for an entire week, they remained in the office, covering our backs, who supported us. And yeah, this year, for some time, we worked based on fake it till you make it principle, but I think it did work out. Thank you. To continue, I would like to thank to the great team of our sound operators and media stream company that has been with us for many years. And for the entire week, they have provided smoothless video recording, online broadcasting of almost everything that's going on at the conference, and great audio support and the discos. Thank you very much. And of course, we would like to thank to our photographers, to the magicians who took dozens of gigabytes of wonderful photo content that will keep us happy for many years ahead. Thank you very much. And of course, UTCamp is a unique format, and the peculiarity of the conference is it's a family conference. And of course, our program wouldn't be complete without an additional program for children. So we would like to sincerely help the very attentive teachers and animators of the Kandibura Children's Center who organized the wonderful time for our children, and all the masters with whom we opened new talents and created the masterpieces with our own hands. Another peculiarity of UTCamp camp is how good the food is. We would like to thank to the great team of cooks headed by Evgeny Vassilchev. They will not, of course, be able to come on stage for the reasons all of us understand. They are currently eating. We would like to thank the decorators, Anya and Boris Trubokhin. The second time in a row, they created this wonderful atmosphere in Meteorit Camp, at the territory of this conference. And also this year, Anya had the master classes. Did anyone attend her master classes? Did you like it? Yeah. And of course, we would like to thank to Meteorit campsite the entire staff, Andrei Misharin, whom we included. We didn't know where to include him, so he's everywhere. Andrei, we apologize, we include you here as well. And we would like to thank Meteorit for how hospitable they are and for the unique atmosphere that they created here and that is preserved here. Friends, we'd like to thank each and every one of you for coming, for being here with us and creating this celebration named UTCAM. But we're not ending our beautiful day at this, because a great dinner is awaiting us, and then we're going to have the performance. And of course, we're waiting for you to come next year. Please come. Have a great dinner.